Peace to the YouTube fam. Peace to the YouTube fam. All right, King Leo, I see you in the building. That's what's good. Rhodes Kennels, Ultimate Catch Dogs. I see you in the building. That's what's good. Yeah, yeah. All right, all right, all right. Good to see my peoples in the building. All right, give me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me. Give me some type of signal in the chat if you can hear me. King Leo 1000, pump 17. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Y'all know what this is about, man. Been hearing a lot of slick ass comments, or been seeing a lot of slick ass comments on my channel about that conditioning pit bulls going wrong video. So we gonna deal with this tonight, man. We gonna get into all this. We gonna deal with this tonight. Actual facts. Actual facts. We gonna deal with all this tonight. Yeah, yeah. Hey, yo, y'all type something in the chat, man. Let me know if y'all can hear me, man. We're gonna try to get this started when we got at least 20 people in here, man. 15 to 20 people, man. I'm not really trying to go crazy with it, but I definitely need to let dudes know what time it is, man. Hmm. Hmm. All right, Pump, you can hear me. All right, Manuel Marolanda. He's from Turkey. Damn, bro. What's up, man? All the way from Turkey. Love it, brother. Thank you for stopping in, man. Thank you for stopping in. Yes, yes, indeed, y'all. So we really been having a little issue, man, with people seeming to feel like they know, um, what should have been shouldn't have been done on that particular day. I got people screaming for me to be investigated. I got people screaming for me to like they thought Star was dead, right? Like somebody mind on bullies. What up, baby? Somebody actually said Star was dead. That bull killed Star that day on the yard. So like I'm really having a problem with this, man. We're not gonna keep doing this, man. Now let me ask y'all something, man. Let me see something. Okay. Let me see if I can invite a guest. I want to see something here, man. All right, and I'm really opening this up to the floor. So what I'm gonna actually do, man, is I'm gonna put it so, man, dudes can actually hop on the stream, man. Let me see if I got this right. Let me see if I got this right. Give me 1 second here. Post this right there. Bang, bang. Yes, indeed. We cooking with grease tonight. It's official tissue. Playing no games. And I apologize. Last time I tried to do a live, y'all, I didn't have everything kind of squared away the way I needed it. And so I didn't really get I was getting all types of audio feedback and all of that, but I think we got it. I think we got this down pat today, man. Just trying to spin this around so that I'm a little more comfortable. All right. Y'all know me. I gotta get right here. So listen, I put that link in the chat. If you're trying to hop on, hit that link and see if you can get in here. If you're having a problem getting in here, your whole joint should pop up on my screen. So if you're having a problem getting in, just let me know. Absolutely, let me know. So yeah, man, it definitely seems like it definitely seems like, man, people seem to know or seem to want to know more about what I do than what I'm doing, right? Like at the end of the day, bro, you couldn't possibly know what the hell I'm doing, right? If you've never had these dogs, you've never been in this situation, you're like completely bizarre, man, completely bizarre. You know, it bugs me out how presumptuous people are, right? People make a lot of assumptions, man, and shit like that. And I really wish, motherfuckers would kind of get a clue. You know what I mean? First things first, right? If I were to really get into what occurred that day, the first thing most people need to understand, bro, is that that wasn't supposed to be a real flirt pole session, right? If you go back and look at the video, right, you'll see that the flirt pole I was holding really didn't have a tease on it. There was no real tease at the end of that pole. The pole was long as fuck. The tease was very short. Dev Hardy, peace, bro. Peace, bro. Um, I'm gonna work something out for y'all, man. I'm gonna start a little line of merchandise, man, with the pictures of the dogs on different like apparel and I don't know, coffee mugs, screensavers, all of that. You know what I mean? So until you get your pup, Dev Hardy, we gonna work it out so you can get you a mug or something with with these dogs on them. All right, we gonna work that out for you, man. Matter of fact, Dev Hardy, um, send me your email address, right, or send me an email with your shipping address, and I'm gonna send you one of these mugs, man. I'm gonna send you one of these coffee mugs, man. So that when we sit down and we chop it up, we can actually have a nice little you know, something to sip on while we chopping it. So I definitely want to welcome y'all to the Fire Pit chat, Fire Pit live chat. This is definitely what it's about. Absolutely, Dev Hardy. We are not gonna stop anything. We are not gonna stop, bro. As a matter of fact, what I have planned is going really it's gonna take the game to another level. It's gonna give everybody a chance to hate equally. You know what I mean? Not just certain motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Everybody's gonna get a chance to hate equally when I'm finished. All right, real shit, man. They're gonna hate you, Dev Hardy, because your dog is gonna be beautiful. You understand? Like, and I think that's the real issue with a lot of people, man. You understand? A lot of people can't accept these dogs, man, because they are so fucking good looking and they are so powerful and they have the drive that they have. So with a lot of people, man, it's like, come on, man, that can't be no, you know what I mean? Like that you can't have it all in one dog. I'm here to tell you, you absolutely can. You can have it all in one dog, right? It's all in the Camelot Kennels dogs, man. And the dogs that went into the Camelot Kennels dogs. Do your research. Kubar's Golden Bud. You know what I mean? Do the research, man. Pools Max, right? Kubar's Golden Bud was the father of Pools Max and of Camelot's the Duke. So they were not littermate brothers, but they were step brothers. They were brothers from two different women, right? Two different females. So when you do the math, when you do the history, right? You don't want to be researching what Kenneth Sonia did with the Chevy dogs, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about before Kenneth Sonia. We're talking about dogs like Uzi White Paws. We're talking about dogs like Ninja, right? We're talking about dogs that really had a profound impact and they came from good game stock. They came from good old family red nose stock. You understand? So I'm gonna keep it popping, man, because a lot of times, man, y'all dudes, you know what I mean? We get people in here, man, that just don't know what to think, what to say, what to do. You know what I mean? So all of this being the case, um, y'all pardon the car for 1 second. I gotta grab something. pardon y'all. The materials I'm working with is a little the wires I'm working with is a little bit short. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Okay. All right. Ex Rubless X Gaming says I was looking into getting a Camelot female, but my main question is, would she get along with older dogs, with other older dogs, if I raised with them from a pup slash 8 weeks? All right. Pump said, what I asked the hater, can you dissect the foundation dog's pedigrees? And of course, he didn't respond. Exactly, Pump. They never can, bro. Every time I direct somebody to the pedigrees, man, that's where they freeze. Right? I don't get no response, no reply after I direct them to the pedigrees. But we're gonna keep our foot on their neck. You know what I mean? We're gonna stay on their head because they playing with us and we not about to be played with. These dogs is not a game. You know what I mean? So with that said, right? Um, Rubless game. If you definitely looking into getting a Camelot female, right? They are usually they will defer to a male, right? So they will show, a certain amount of acceptance of males, but no male should ever try to mount that female before she's ready. That would definitely result in some shit where you may, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to break out the bandages and the break stick, right? So to that, I would say definitely, get your Camelot female, man. Beautiful dog. Um, you raise them from a pup, that's cool. But understand that dogs are very impressionable as well. So if there's certain traits and characteristics that you want out of that Camelot female, then you don't necessarily want to um have the other dogs influencing how she's raised, right? Um, the Camelot dogs, when left to themselves, right, show a very strong prey drive. They show excellent hunting instincts, right? They can be animal aggressive, right, towards other dogs, and pretty much anything on four legs. So in those situations, you know, you can socialize the dog and introduce the dog, right? But don't necessarily allow those other dogs to influence your Camelot dog's behavior. And that's a very real thing with puppies. You can literally train or you can train certain shit out of a dog. At least that's how I feel about it. You'll notice I don't never get on no real super strict obedience rules and regulations with my dogs, right? If I tell him to sit and he sits, I'm good with that. He doesn't have to come and sit at my heel or sit between my legs or sit exactly where I tell him to sit, right? Pump, you absolutely right. People, Pump 17 said people have to realize the difference between Camelot kennels and Camelot pits. So let's talk about that right quick. Camelot kennels is the original uh, outfit that began to use the name Camelot for these large red catch dogs, right? These large red catch dogs were bred down from old family red nose and um, game staff, right? So we're talking working staff. We're not talking, your show rings, your 8KC, blue ribbon, purple ribbons. The dogs that they used was indeed working staff blood. So they took the old family red nose back to working staff blood. Hence, you have your Camelot catch dog, and that's predominantly the formula that you will find in the Camelot Kennels dogs, all game stock, right? Now with Kenneth Sonia and Camelot Pitts, um, he still has pure. Well, I don't know what he has on his yard. Let me say it this way. Um, he has been known to have pure Camelot dogs, right? Off the chief dog. Camelot Kennels produced the dog, did not produce, but they raised the dog Duke. Duke was the father of Chief. Chief is predominantly the dog that Kenneth Sonia started Camelot Pits out of, right? Chief was kind of like his foundation dog for Camelot Pits. So now with some of the stock off of the Chief dog, Kenneth Sonia of Camelot Pits began to cross that dog into uh, the Eddington stuff. There was a breeder named Eddington who produced a dog called Wanna Be a Whopper. It was said that the dog had bull mastiff in it, right? These dogs that Kenneth Sonia crossed into with this person Eddington, those dogs ended up, um, they were designed for weight pull. They did all of that so they could get the bigger bone and the greater power for weight pull dogs. That is not the case with the Camelot Kennels dogs, right? So we have to make this clear distinction. We are not talking about Camelot Pits. No disrespect to Kenneth Sonia, no disrespect to Eddington, no disrespect to any individual, man, who does what they want to do with their own dogs, right? But at the end of the day, the catch dogs, right? The dogs that Duke was throwing, right? And the stock that Art Sedaris of Camelot Kennels was working with was designed to be hot. It was designed to go the distance. Keep that in mind, man. I want y'all to understand that Art Sedaris paid the ultimate price for his work in these Camelot dogs. He paid the ultimate price in the sense that he literally, man, had to he went to prison. He went to prison. Um, the UKC banned Camelot Kennels because the man was labeled as a dog fighter, right? Um, According to him, let me see something, man. I'm trying to see if I can get somebody in here. All right, share the screen. Booyaka. Screen sharing is easiest with two monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. And share my screen, man. Wait a minute, y'all. The reason I'm sharing this this screen is because can y'all see this, man? Let me know if y'all see this page on my Google Photos. Holla at me in the chat, man, if y'all can literally see this page with my Google Photos up. All right, so I'm gonna move forward with this, man. Not sure if y'all can see this, but so what I'm gonna do is about to take y'all on a journey, man. We gonna go back to the very beginning, bro. We gonna go back to before I even had the dog, right? And I get a lot of detractors on the page, man, saying that the God don't know what he doing, right? Like I'm a terrible trainer. I don't know nothing about what I'm doing. This, that, the third, so forth and so on. I had a professional dog trainer hop on a motherfucking joint and tell me something about me killing the dog. or some more crazy shit like that. Like, I'm abusive and all this other kind of shit. So let's get into it, right? When I started investigating Camelot stock, I had this little dog right here, right? This was my little house pet. This is Hennessy. We called it Henny Ma, and Henny Ma was just basically my little house pet. But this little bitch here had a little fire in her damn self. These are Henny Ma's parents, right? A lot of people that dispute. Oh man, how can you tell whether or not a dog is a pet without a pedigree? How well do you know the breed? That's all I can ask you. Um, but anyway, Henny Ma had no pedigree. She is not Camelot bred. She is your typical house bred pit bull, backyard bred, right? But very well bred. Very well bred. Y'all gotta excuse me, my boy going off in the background. All right, so that's Henny Ma, right? And that was in November, right? So Wednesday, November 17th. Let me keep scrolling down. Let me keep scrolling. There he goes. All right. So we see that on Saturday, October 21st, I found this boy Max. Now Max is a brother to Duke, right? So um both Duke and Max come off a dog called Cool Bar's Golden Bud. Max was KBG and one dam, and Duke was KBG and another dam. So I started literally looking into, these Camelot dogs and these big red catch dogs, man, back in October of 2017. When I found the dog I wanted, hit my man up, and this was Bull before I got him. I don't know if y'all can see this. Let me jump back over here to my joint, right? So this right here was Bull when I first saw him. Not even when I first got him, right? He was about, matter of fact, I don't even think he was 3 years old, going on 3 years old in these pics, right? This is the boy. These are pics of the boy, man. Um, I was going to pick him up. This is Thursday, November 30th, 2017. I'm gonna fast forward. I'm not gonna hold y'all. This is Friday, December 1st, 2017. This is Saturday, December 2nd, 2017. As y'all can see, I'm on my way to Michigan and about to go get my dog who was found in who I located in Grand Rapids, Michigan. All right. So Saturday, December 2nd, I done picked my dog up. We on our way home. This is me and my boy Bull on the ride home from Grand Rapids, Michigan, back to New York. Giving y'all the whole goddamn story here, man. Right? So this is December 4th. The dog has been with me a whole 2 days, hanging out with me and my female, right? Seems to be adjusting well. Pretty good dog.
Atta boy. Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's it. Good girl. Atta girl.
See how they play?
Good girl, Henny.
So this is what you have to understand in these dogs from the beginning, right? This is how they play. And I have to be honest, this boy when I got him, he really didn't have what you would call play drive, right? He didn't really know how to do those things. Um, so here we see this is Tuesday, December 5th, right? Within 3 days, we actually working with the dog in his bite. And you see, he don't have the deepest bite. He's not going all crazy like y'all seen him go in the past. Because honestly, this is all brand new. Both for him and for me. And us doing this together is brand new, right? We 3 days into me having acquired this 3-year-old dog. By Wednesday, December 6th, the boys in the yard, we introducing them to Spring Pole, right?
Attaboy. Attaboy. Shake that thing. Shake it, boy.
All right. So now, more videos of the boy working with another female dog. This is great because this is in slow motion. So you see the boy, he's working. Ain't nobody getting bit. Ain't no fights. Ain't nothing breaking out. Everything is good, right? And mind y'all, that was Thursday, December 7th. So at this point, I hadn't had the dog for a whole week yet, right? And we just working with him. We working with him. Now I'm not gonna bore y'all. Y'all can see all the work that we was putting in these first couple of weeks, man. We took him off the kibble, put him on a all meat diet, on a raw fed diet, and the boy started, he started really showing out. He started really showing out. He started looking like something, you know, he just started looking really phenomenal. Look at the boy, man. Totally impressive. Totally impressive, man. Right? But I'm not gonna bore y'all with it. So here we come. And this is December 14th. And I want to show y'all something here because it's very important that you see that by December 14th, right? I picked up the dog on December 2nd. By December 14th, this dog already understood what out was, right? He already understood what leave it or what drop it meant. And I'm going to try to play one of these videos. Hopefully one of them will play for us here. Joint just spinning on me. Come on. Play the video, man. Here we go. Right. Just watch that here for a minute.
Drop it.
His bite is still very tentative.
Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it.
Now you see that?
Drop it.
Drop it. It came right out of his mouth.
Wait.
No problem.
Watch. Watch. Attaboy. Good boy.
Now,
Attaboy.
my goal for this particular session was really to
get
him
drop it.
acclimated
drop
to
it.
working with me.
Drop it.
To moving on command and releasing on command. I really wasn't worried
Drop
about
it.
my house dog
Drop it.
too tough. But you can see that without any abuse, without any, struggle, you tell the dogs to release, they release. Right? So now, with that said, we now have a serious question to ask, right? We're gonna kill that. I don't know how that just happened, but Anyway, so my whole point to this, y'all, is that the dog literally already knew what out was 12 days into me working with him. Oh man, Dev Hardy can't see. Nobody can't see. Nobody. Damn, I missed that. Yoko Yukio wants to know, am I a Satanist? Yoko Yokio, you are in the wrong fucking chat. Um, if you about these dogs, you can stay, but other than that, please leave. Indeed, Pump says that Kenneth Sonia used a dog named Bus, who was a Chevy Red Dog son. All right, my apologies, y'all. I wasn't able to share my screen and show the things that I wanted to show, so I'm just gonna kind of spit the timeline out, right? Um, yeah, I'm definitely with you. I'm definitely with you. I don't even know what that was at. I don't even know what that was about. Why bitch would hop in here talking about, am I a Satanist? Like, who do that, right? Um, so the whole point being that 12 days into having Bull, he already knew how to grab it and leave it on command, right? He knew how to do this shit on command. So when we fast forward, right, and to the video of him and Star getting into it, that was a good 6, 7 months later. That was a good 6 or 7 months of me working with this dog, how to hit it on command and how to leave it on command. Good 6, 7 months into working with this dog. Now with uh with Star, that was a different issue. Star had only been around 3 or 4 months, but even she knew how to leave it. And you can see that from the video. Now, my problem is I was slipping that day for several fucking reasons, right? Reason number one, I had two bitches on the yard that were in heat. Both Star and Henny were in heat. Number two, um, I didn't go out in the yard with the intention of doing a real flirt pole session with Star and Bull. The purpose of me setting up the camera and bringing them out together was to get them familiarized with one another and to get them to a point where they start getting, cozy with one another. I was setting them up to do the breeding that would eventually take place. So the whole idea was simply to go ahead and have Star and Bull get intimately familiar with one another and play together and all of that other kind of shit. So here's a third reason that I was slipping, right? Number one, I was out there in slippers with a flirt pole that didn't have a real flirt on it because I did not intend to work them. I just wanted them to play a little bit, get familiar with one another, and bring their ass back inside. It was hot as hell out there that day. Um, number three, uh, you know, I slept on Star. In fact, I slept on that Camelot blood, period. And this was the reason for me posting the video because I don't want nobody else sleeping on these dogs the way I slept on them when I first got them, right? Because Star was introduced to me. She was sold to me. And the way she was branded, the way she was presented, she was called Hollywood Bullies Star, right? It was told to me, it was shown to me that she was already internet famous, that she had a little photo on the gram and on the web that had gone viral, right? She had she had the picture with her and freaking ice skates and with the scarf and the hat on and during holiday season. That shit went viral. So when dude sold me the dog, shout out to Wealthy Division, um, he said, "Hey, this is Hollywood Bullies Star. She came from Hollywood Bullies." Eli, what's good with you, bro? Good to see you in here. Yes, indeed. Blessings for everybody on deck. Blessings for everybody on deck. Absolutely. If you're in here, you're blessed, man. You are under the imperial crown, man. You are under the crown of the imperial flame. You are being touched. So understand that. Um, but to continue, uh, Star, when you get a dog and they say, "Oh, she's from Hollywood Bullies," right? Um, Her name is Star. She's internet famous. She's got a photo that's gone viral. Do you hear anything in there that speaks to prey drive? Do you hear anything in there that says that this little bitch is dog aggressive, especially with females? Do you hear anything in there that says that the dog was food aggression, right? Um, like none of this other shit was mentioned. The only thing that was mentioned was that she came from a camp called Hollywood Bullies, and her name was Star, and that she already had a picture on the internet that had gone viral. Okay, I fucks with you. I fucks with you. Let's talk about it then. So I bring this dog home. Indeed, Eli. Indeed, stuff happens with game bred dogs. But I have people hopping on my motherfucking channel, hopping in my comments, talking about I'm lying to y'all about these Camelot pit bulls. They literally tell me that I'm lying to y'all about these Camelot bred dogs. So now, the incident that took place on my yard that day was definitely something that I had been praying to avoid. If you look at that at the end of that video, man, all day long, I had been going through it with Bull. You see, a fourth place where I was slipping that day was I fed him a full multivitamin. I fed him a whole multivitamin. He is one dog that you cannot feed a full multivitamin to. I guarantee you, every time I've ever done it, there's been a dog fight. Right? So I didn't know that about him at the time. I'm just sort of getting him into condition for the breeding. So I start feeding him the multivitamins. And he was inside the joint going ape shit. He was already defying the shit out of me over these two fucking females. It was part of what led me to say, let me just let his ass in the yard with the girl so that, they can get familiar and maybe it'll calm his ass down somewhat, because she wasn't in full-blown heat yet. She was just starting to go into estrus. She was just starting to display that behavior, right? So she wasn't even bleeding yet. But you can tell when the dog's vulva starts to swell, when the male dog starts sniffing around a little bit more, and your female dog is going from spot to spot, and she's constantly dropping. She's constantly dropping some piss here, dropping some piss there, right? That bitch is in heat, or she's going into heat, and she is announcing that to the world. So always be alert for those signs. Anyway, these are the some of the things that took place in that on that particular day. So I was already having a problem out of him. Understand that. Like, we had already been going through it in the house with him literally defying me. And this is after 6-7 months of working with the dog. So now, anytime you have a dog that runs 80 good motherfucking pounds, good, powerful dog, he's a male dog, and you have female dogs on deck, and that dog is defying you over those two females, what he's basically saying is he don't respect your alpha. He was not respecting my alpha on that day. So when I took them out into the yard, the whole idea was that they should never be able to even grab the flirt, right? I put there was nothing on there. There was nothing, right? And I did it that way specifically so that they wouldn't really be able to grab it. If they can't grab it, they're not both kind of going at each other, it should prevent any fights from breaking out, right? They should be able to just kind of run around after the damn thing and get used to being around each other and get familiarized with one another. This was the thing. Lo and behold, Star's superstar ass, she manages to grab the fucking flirt pole. Not once, but twice. This bitch is all over it, right? She's actually doing the one fucking thing I figured they'd never be able to do. Massa Hotep. Hotep to you, my beloved. Hotep, Hotep. Absolutely. And with that, let me say Hotep, Mur, and Ankh. Peace, love, life. You see it all behind me. Y'all see it, y'all see it right there. Y'all see it right behind me. That's what it's all about, man. When you talk that Hotep, that's what we talk. Hotep means peace in ancient Egyptian, right? Or in properly said, in the ancient Kemetic tongue, Hotep means peace. So I want to invite Master Hotep into the building. Thank you for stopping in, brother. Definitely appreciate your presence and your love. It's all good. Now, so now that we have some context for this fucking video, now that we have some history, right? We know that the dog, number one, had 6 to 7 months training of get it, leave it, right? Get it, leave it. He was very good at dropping. The dog was fucking excellent at dropping. So therefore, what we saw on the yard on that particular day was open defiance. It wasn't that he wasn't letting go of the flirt pole fast enough for me. It was that he was saying, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want to do today. I'm going to do what I want to do. I got control of these bitches. I'm going to show these bitches who's boss. And that was his attitude from the start of that fucking day. So when I disciplined his ass, it was with good fucking reason. I stand by that, and I would do that to him or any goddamn dog to this very same day if I find that the dog is outright defying me and trying to take alpha. And you have to understand that about these Camelot dogs, they expect to be alpha. Period. A female pup, if raised under a male adult, will defer to that male adult at least over time, right? While it's a pup and while it's growing. But once that female turns to a full-fledged adult, I'm going to say 2 to 3 years old, watch it. She may not necessarily defer to that male, right? You know, there's Damian Morgan replied to a comment. I can't even see what the comment is right now, so I'm just gonna move on from that. But so Bank Statement Kennels, what's good with you, bro? Welcome, man. Dev Hardy said you controlled the situation very well, big bro. Let them haters hate. You're doing something right. Appreciate that, big bro. Absolutely. And I challenge anybody, man. I challenge anybody to go on the internet, and I want you to spend a full fucking month, spend 30 goddamn days researching pit bull fights on the internet and show me a single fucking picture, video, or anything where a motherfucker got down on his hands and knees and separated those two dogs without no break stick, without no motherfucking dog dying, without the situation going on for 20 minutes and motherfuckers hitting the dogs with everything from garbage cans to broomsticks and all that other stupid shit you see people doing. But I'm the one motherfucker, man, that got all these stupid motherfuckers hopping on my channel talking about I don't know what I'm doing. How the fuck could I not know what I'm doing and break up a pit fight barehanded? Are you motherfuckers stupid? Are you just slow? I don't get it, man. But I digress. So I'm not gonna really get too heated about that. I'm not gonna really, but just understand that over 100 other videos, and I could take y'all through my whole Google Photos joint, which don't even capture everything that I've recorded with these dogs since December of 2017 and before. Fuck it, we could go back to April of 2016 when I picked up the house dog. You will never, never see another fucking incident where I had to literally lay hands on the dog. That is the one time and only time I've ever had to do any shit like that. But I want to make y'all fully aware of the fact that when you have these Camelot dogs, bro, instill the discipline early. You see, he didn't have the proper respect for me because I didn't have him from a pup. I wasn't able to instill certain shit in him from a pup. So when I brought him in, for the entire 6 months I'd been working with him up to that time, I gave him a lot of leeway. I respected his size, I respected his drive, and I worked with him basically where he was at. So the minute my own dog, motherfucker that I'm feeding, right, is literally trying to pull rank on me. Motherfucker was literally trying to pull rank on me, right? He was going to do what he wanted to do that day, from trying to mount the females and break it in cages and, just all kinds of fly shit he was doing that day. And I let all of it rock till we got out in that yard. So a fifth place, I will acknowledge that I was slipping on that particular day, was that I was already frustrated with his bullshit. I was already frustrated with his bullshit that day, man. Like he had been really fucking just acting the ass. In fact, y'all hear me say something about it at the end of the video, when I finally got the motherfuckers apart and I'm looking at his ass, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all today? Simply because he was acting out of the ordinary. This was not what we practiced 1,000 times over. And I had a real problem with that. So that's to address all the motherfucking haters, all the detractors, all the slick commenters. And I noticed ain't none of them assholes on this live. All day yesterday, I've been putting out comments and responding to their comments in my replies, letting them know that I was going to be on this live at 7 p.m. here tonight, addressing all comments, concerns, and questions regarding that fucking video. That video has over, I don't know, 150,000 views or something, whatever it is. That video is damn near viral. And all the people that had something to say are not here on this motherfucking live. Why is that? Right. Anyway, another thing I'd like to in this live, and this goes out to Bando for Life. This goes out to RDK, Repo Diamond Kennels. This goes out to Stacking and Packing. This goes out to Zulu Nation. This goes out to Dev Hardy. This goes out to Pump 17. This goes out to Abdul Kamal. This goes out to Bank Statement. Listen, man. Because of y'all, because of what y'all do, we did 1,000 subscribers just in the last 30 days. We did over 1,000 subscribers just in the last 30 days. I said I was going to do this video in celebration of the fact that the channel hit 2,000 subscribers, right? But we at damn near 2,200 subscribers by the time I managed to get this video out. This channel is growing exponentially. It's growing faster than the fucking pandemic. You understand? And that's all because of y'all. So I want to definitely take the time to say I appreciate every last person that takes the time to check out these videos, man. That takes the time, man, to spend time with me chopping it up in these lives, or when it's the Imperial Diaries morning edition, whether it's the noonday edition or the midnight edition. That's what's up. You know what I mean? That's what's up. I definitely appreciate y'all, man. Much love. My bad. We lost audio for a minute, y'all. I think we back here. All right.
Bluetooth connected.
All right. All right. We definitely back. So to all 2000, excuse me, all 2,200 subscribers, I want to say thank y'all very much. Much love from Ray Imperial and the Imperial Camp, Team Imperial. Definitely appreciate y'all taking the time to stop in with us. Show your love to the dogs and show your love for the work that we put in with these dogs. It's one of those things, man, that you know, call it a dog, man, call it whatever you want. But this life is a very unrewarding life. The only real reward you get is from seeing your dogs develop and grow and mature into that majestic animal. You understand that we all love to have by our side, right? Um, in terms of money and all of that kind of stuff, I don't know what the fuck going on, y'all, but the shit keep trying to drop my audio.
Bluetooth connected.
All right, all right, all right, all right. I don't know what's wrong, but this joint keep trying to. All right, all right, all right. I think I'm back.
Bluetooth connected.
Male pit bulls can be very stubborn. You are absolutely right, Dev Hardy. And the females are easier to train. I don't know what the problem is, man, but for some reason my audio keeps dropping. Can y'all hear me now? My bad, Eli. Looks like I'm having a little technical difficulties here for whatever
Bluetooth connected.
reasons. All right, can y'all hear me now? For whatever reasons, I'm having a little trouble keeping my joint connected, man. The audio keeps dropping. But I definitely wanted to take the time to say thank y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all have pushed this channel. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to end this chat earlier than I wanted to, man. For whatever reasons, my audio keeps dropping. I'm gonna have to do
Bluetooth
it quick.
connected.
All right. So my apologies, y'all. I'm
Bluetooth connected.
all right, y'all. I'm not sure exactly why my shit keep dropping like this. If it drops again, I'm gonna have to go ahead and end the stream. Figure out what the hell is.
Connected.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, y'all, but we having a lot of audio trouble, man, for whatever reasons. I got this. How's that? Can y'all hear me? Mic check. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be able to hear me though. Any sound? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear anything I'm saying? Doesn't I don't think so, man. Okay, okay. So it must be using the mic from the computer. All right. Well, shoot. We in here. We in here then. I'm not gonna worry about it. I don't know why the hell that shit wasn't working like I wanted it to, but all right. So Eli Matos wants to talk a little bit about the history of the bully breeds, right? Um, thank you so much, y'all, for letting me know that. And this is what I want to say. right? Like, there's a lot, man, of, everybody's got their own little thing about what is or isn't a pit bull, right? And exactly what goes into what qualifies. I've heard dudes say, "Oh, if it's not in the pit, it's not a pit bull." So if I got like 10 generations of Eli bred stock, right? If I got dogs that came down off of fucking Bully Son, right? Because they haven't been in the box, then that means they're not a pit bull. Right. Does that shit make any sense? Right. So normally when you try to determine what a breed is or what a thing is, like, especially when you're talking about organisms, biology, life. And I know that's deep words to some motherfuckers that's gonna watch this later, but yeah, that's kind of what you're dealing with. The answer to what the dog is should be in the dog's DNA. Period. Right? So if the dog has pit bull in the DNA, then that's pit bull. If the dog has mastiff in the DNA, then that's mastiff. Right? If the dog has mastiff and pit bull in the DNA, then we call that a band dog. Right? Shout out to Bando for life. Shout out to American Sentinel K-Not. Right? So nothing fancy going on, right? Very simple, straightforward shit. The American Staffordshire Terrier. G-Man, appreciate you, bro. He said, don't let that clown get to you. Keep doing your thing. Absolutely. Black fist, baby. That's what we doing. So it's very, very interesting, man, that a lot of people, man, they want to label the dog what they want to label it based on how they see things or based on what they were taught or told. 90% of the people screaming at the Camelot dog is not a pit bull, has never researched the pedigrees on the Camelot dogs, probably can't read a pedigree, and have probably never been outside of their own neighborhood in terms of seeing what pit bulls look like or what other dogs look like, what other camps, none of that, right? Furthermore, some of these same people have never worked a dog. They don't know what it is to lay hands on these dogs, right? And whether that's in the box or elsewhere, they don't know what it is to really lay hands on a dog. Most of these people don't realize that there's more to breed standards than just how the dog looks, than the dog's physical appearance, than the dog's height, weight, and the stop on its muzzle, right? Most people don't realize that a major part of breed standards is the temperament on the dog, right? So if you're running bully breeds, right? If you're running these bull breeds, particularly if they got pit bull at the base of them, then I wouldn't be so quick to say that your dog is not a pit bull, like even Bando for life, right? He lets you know he's got band dogs, right? And he shows you how those dogs are bred. He shows you the mother that threw them, the male that threw the pits, the whole 9 yards. So when I look at his dogs, man, and I look at the attitude on them dogs, they get along well together. But I'm pretty sure if he were to bring his dogs to my camp, we're gonna see some blood and fur flying, right? Because those dogs is hot, man. Those dogs is ready, man. Right? So to me, We don't need to go a whole lot into, we don't have to get crazy with it, man. We don't have to get crazy. We don't have to get anal with it, right? Oh, well, these dogs were not used in the box for this period of time and this, that, and the third. Well, the fact is, most Camelot dogs running around today have not been put to work. There are very few working Camelot kennels, right? Very few kennels with working Camelot stock. Now, the story of Camelot is also very closely linked with the story of Danger Zone, right? The Danger Zone dogs. Shout out to Lady of Rage. That pup right there, that's my bitch. That's my bitch. 6 times Danger Zone in the first 4 generations on that little bitch. Big Evil Blood. Beautiful, beautiful example of a red-nosed pit, right? Does she fit the breed standard? Is she the same size as, say, a fucking Whippet? Right? No, she's not. She's a big, healthy bitch with big, healthy drive. And God help whatever she gets hold of, right? When a dog displays that tenacity to go and go and go and go, right? When it's showing that drive, I say you let the dog tell you who and what it is. I'm not going to sit around and play with my dog, man. It's, oh, he's a bully. He's a very friendly bully. He's cool with humans. He likes the human touch. He appreciates that. He loves women. First thing he do is put his nose between their legs. We saw that today. But fact of the matter is, these dogs, man, they move in a way, man, that only pits move. No other dog does these types of things, B. No other dog displays this type of behavior. Akitas, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Malinois. There are plenty of aggressive breeds out there. Like even an Irish Wolfhound. You know what I mean? That scruffy looking thing. Like very game blood, right? But there's a lot of issues, man, with people using terms like game bred, game dog, right? If you have a dog bred for catch work and the dog is game for the work, well then shit, you got a game dog. If the dog hunts and chases game and brings it down, you got a game dog. So I specifically differentiate the term game dog and game bred from box bred, because a lot of what these so-called naysayers and detractors are talking about are strictly box bred dogs. These dogs will never, or they have never really been bred to have a function inside the home. They've never really been bred to have a function by the owner's side. Their only function, the only reason that they were bred and the lines were kept as tight as they were kept, is because they were designed strictly for fighting. They wanted those dogs strictly to be fighting dogs. Is that to say that the American Pit Bull Terrier is only a fighting dog? Because if you're saying that, then you just nullified the entire breed in the country called America. In this society, in this culture, if you have a dog that isn't anything but a fighting dog, and fighting dogs is illegal, then you just killed your dog. I mean, I don't know if y'all really get that. You killed your fucking dog, labeling it a dog that was bred to do nothing but fight. On the low, that is why Star got put down. I took Bull and Henny out one day. I think I took them to the vet. And when I came back, I had left Star on the yard working the spring pole. When I came back, the bitch was gone. Found out later from the neighbors that dog control got her. They said the bitch had managed to get out of the yard. How she got off the chain, I don't know. But according to them, the bitch got off the yard and got off the chain, and somebody called dog control, right? Which I found strange because everybody in the neighborhood knew my dogs, and she'd gotten out once before, and when I came back, the bitch was tied up in the neighbor's yard, right in the front yard, waiting for me. The neighbors called her. She was very friendly. They tied the bitch up and left her sitting right there. They said she would not go in the house. She would not follow anybody into the house. So they tied her up and left her outside. They lived 2 doors down from me. Star could see where she lived. So when they said she got off the chain and dog control came and got her, and I managed to get in touch with dog control, I had pretty much blown my load at the vet. But I got in touch with the dog control and all of that. And they said Star was not redeemable, basically. They said that her attitude made her aggressive and that they had to put the dog down. So that's one of them things, man, that to this day it still leaves a little nasty taste in my mouth. You know what I mean? Because that's why I hate people. I hate motherfuckers. You understand? Like on some real shit, there was no reason for her to have to go to dog control. She wasn't a danger to anybody. She wasn't a danger to anything but another dog. And as long as you tied that bitch up and kept her secured, she was perfectly happy to be in the yard playing on her motherfucking spring pole. Star was the bitch that y'all saw just up there swinging. And Star would do that for hours. Listen, I'm not exaggerating. I could go in the house. I could let Star out in the yard, put on a chain, let her hit that spring pole, go in the house, go sit down, cook, eat, do whatever the fuck I'm going to do, come back out. Star is still up on that bitch swinging. So for somebody to say she got off the chain, it happened once before. We fixed that problem. How the fuck did she get off again? That's number one. Number two, why the fuck didn't they do just what was done the first time? Tie the bitch up in the yard and leave her there till I come back. So, right, indeed, Eli, indeed. So that's the kind of shit that you deal with fucking with these dogs. Star was such a go hard, fucking with that spring pole. I literally had the neighbors call the police. And when they called the police, they didn't send the police directly to my yard. They called the police to their house. And they were in their yard with the police, peeking over the fence at what Star was doing in my yard. They literally called the police and told the police that I was in my yard hanging the dog. They said that I was in my yard hanging my fucking dog. So they invited the police to come and sit in their yard and spy on me. Had a nigga under surveillance because I got a fucking pit bull and my pit bull works the spring pole. So all you motherfuckers screaming that these dogs are not pit bulls, I encourage you, go get one. Raise it. Let it work. Let it do what it does naturally. And I challenge you to leave that dog out around other dogs like it's a fucking American bully. Yeah, I dare you to. But I'm not going to get so heated over this kind of shit. But as y'all see, my dogs mean a lot to me. Their well-being means a lot to me. How I care for them means a lot to me. A lot of shit in my life gets put on back burners, gets put on by the wayside because these fucking dogs come first. When I get up in the fucking morning, I am lucky if I can shit, shower, and shave before I walk a dog. Because 9 times out of 10, that ain't the case. 9 times out of 10, first thing that happens, man, is them dogs hit the street. They empty out, they stretch their legs, they get a feel for their day. Then they come back and they get fed. And that's the first fucking thing that happens every goddamn day before I even think about myself. Before I think about posting a YouTube video or whatever the fuck, goes on in the day. Like, they are first. So I really take exception to a motherfucker, trying to tell me, number one, my dogs are abused, that I need to be investigated, that I allowed my dog to get killed, that I instigated an incident that killed my dog. Like, I wish any of you motherfuckers was on this live. Eli, that's why I'm moving to the sticks. Eli, that's exactly why I'm moving to the sticks. Somebody had asked me what it takes to start a kennel, and honestly, if I'd never intended to start a kennel. I was really just after a dog. I was after one dog, B. I got that dog, man, and that dog, like, he lit the fire in me to have more of these dogs, like to make a family out of this, right? So in terms of what it takes to start a kennel, Eli Mato, shout out to you, bro. Start with the land, especially if you got these Camelot dogs. They ain't alive until they in the woods. Start with the land, bro. If you trying to start a kennel, start with the land. Ronnie Lee asked, what happened to your white and brown female? That's Henny Ma, and ain't nothing happened to Henny Ma. Henny is still very, very close to home, but we did rehome her. We rehomed her because she was so much more of a house dog, and this Camelot blood is these is field niggas. I don't know if y'all can relate to what I'm talking about, but like, Henny was a house nigga. These Camelot dogs is field niggas. You understand? And that's the best way I could put that. They real rough. So Henny never really, she would play, but she was never really part of what was going on. You understand what I'm saying? Like, she really it had gotten to a point where she was kind of out of place. With Raina coming up on a year old, and Raina, hopefully, and y'all keep us in your prayers, man. We are hoping for a breeding this August. We are hoping to bring yes, sir, Eli, land and good stock. Once you know what you want, don't go out and buy that dog yet. Don't buy that dog yet. Get your land first. Get your situation first. If I had it to do over again, I promise you, that's exactly what I would do, man. But once you know what kind of stock you want, you know what kind of dogs you want to run, go ahead and get your land. And I might even do a little session on that, as far as how I'm going about getting the land that I'm after, because there are ways where you can do that, and it can be fairly economical for you. It don't have to necessarily break the bank. But so with Henny, Ronnie Lee, I'm sorry, Rory Lee. I have bad eyes, y'all. Sometimes I can't see it. If I'm up close, it's blurry. So I got to kind of lean back and look. But Rory Lee, what happened to Henny was that I rehomed her back to the female that bred her. So she's back with Sherry Oaks. Sherry Oaks is the female that I got her from back in April of 2016. And anytime you have to rehome a dog, always check with the original breeder first. As a breeder, I have a vested interest in the well-being of my dogs, how they turn out, how they develop, what changes they go through, all of that. So anytime you can, if you have a dog that you can't keep for whatever reasons, always try to return that dog back to the individual that you got it from. I know personally speaking, me as a breeder, man, bring me my fucking dog back. If you can't keep it, I'll pay for the shipping. Just let me know and ship the dog back to me. I will pay the shipping cost, right? I'm not going to pay you a rehoming fee, right? But I will be glad to get my dog back, man. If you cannot keep it, and you looking at like having to turn the dog over to the dog pound or turn it over to the dog shelter, the ASPCA or some shit like that, or to one of these rescues, and no knock on Pitbull rescues, I fucks with them. But at the end of the day, I don't want my dogs to go into no fucking Pitbull rescue. I want my dogs to come home to me, right? And we'll work it out. We'll make a way for the dog. G-Man wants to know, do you ship dogs? So anytime that I put a litter on the ground, if dogs have to be shipped, the shipping is always the responsibility of the buyer. I'll put enough money into that pup, breeding it and feeding it, that the shipping costs, those definitely fall on the buyer. Typically, you'll find shipping costs between $400 and $600, depending on who you're talking to. If a motherfucker trying to go higher than $600 and that dog is not leaving the country, I have a problem. Eli Mato said, Texas is a good land. Yes, indeed. Texas is a beautiful land. Me personally, I'm trying. See now, Texas is a great place to go hog hunting. That hog hunting in Texas is, and man, listen, you can do that all day down there. You want to prove your dogs? You really, really want to see your dogs work? Let them go ahead and get down there and fuck with them Texas hogs. Up here in New York, we don't really have hogs. We don't have those feral hogs. Our major wildlife problem up here is coyotes. Somebody once described, so New York State allows us to hunt coyotes with dogs. It is perfectly legal to do that between, I believe, October and January in the state of New York. So, King Wolf, shout out. Good to see you in the building, big bro. Yes, indeed, King Wolf. North Carolina is exactly it's a beautiful spot. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. Not to give away the game, but fuck it, we all here together. I do real estate, right? I fuck with the real estate thing on the low, and in North Carolina right now, what's happening is you're getting a lot of flippers, right? A lot of people buying up, properties that are, really dirt cheap. They get them for a steal. You know what I mean? They're going in, they're working with people. So a lot of these people are about to lose their homes anyway. And so they offering these people cash, and the people are turning the houses over. So the flippers are literally fixing up the houses, and they are, raising the prices. So it's difficult to get a good acre of land in North Carolina for a respectable price. Niggas is trying to scream $10,000 an acre and, $20,000 an acre and all kinds of shit because they're expecting you to want to build on these plots. So me personally, I'm looking at places like Kentucky. I'm looking at places like even upstate New York in the Catskills. That's a little bit further north than I want to be. But I'm looking at places like Kentucky, Tennessee, even Indiana. I love the landscape in Tennessee. If you get some good land in Tennessee, Kentucky, you can get a little bit of everything. You get water on your land. You get some mountains on your land. You can get some cleared out fields. You get plenty of good timber on the land. Part of the thing is when you're choosing your land, you want to choose land that has certain features that are going to benefit not only your program, but also you being able to monetize your program, you being able to actually earn some money, right? to help take care of these dogs. Y'all pardon self 1 second. You know, I got to do my thing, man. Y'all give me 1 minute. All right, I'm back. I'm not plugged up to that joint no more, so I don't think I need them headphones. Let me know if y'all can still hear me. We still good. We still good? Eli Mato said, take them to Bear Mountain. Where is Bear Mountain, Eli? I don't even know where that's at. You said farmland is the best. Thank you, King. Thank you, King Wolf. We're going to definitely keep up that work. We're going to keep our foot on their neck. We're going to stay on their head till they recognize these Camelot pit bulls is not to be played with. Massa Hotep said, a lot of good breedings this year. Still looking out for some of your pups as well as the toe chains, y'all. Yes, toe chain bully pits. Love what they do. Love what they do. Gotta respect what they do. Appreciate you, King Wolf. Thank you for letting me know that, man. Indeed, indeed. So yeah, y'all, I'm thinking Tennessee, Kentucky, you know, because you get everything you want in the landscape. You bound to have like a little pond or stream or even a river running through the land. You know what I mean? Most of those spreads are also adjacent to state land. So if you got a little 20, 30 acre spread, you might be maybe a couple of miles away from state land that gives you 200-300 miles. You understand what I'm saying? Or 200-300 acres to actually hunt on and you know, and run the dogs through. So I'm for all of that, man. I'm for all of that. That's my thing, B. I'm working now. I'm probably what you would call a serial entrepreneur, right? When I got out the game, one of the things, appreciate you, G man. Thank you. When I got out the game, one of the things I struggled with was how to live legitimately, right? How to make a real go of it in the real world with without throwing bricks, right? And to that end, I realized, man, that certain skills I had in my other life were wholly transferable to a legitimate life, right? And to that extent, what I started doing was getting into those things which spoke to my skill set, right? So that I could go ahead and parlay this thing, because what I found out in the game was that in anything you do, if you intend to be successful, it requires consistency, right? That means you have to be at it constantly, day in and day out, day in and day out. You really can't take a break from it. You need to be consistent. And I'll be honest, I was that kid when I was 16, 17 years old. They just handed me the pistol in a package and I went and carved out the block. And that's the way that I did it. I was on that corner every day, right? So I say all of that to say that very same consistency is required when you're really trying to build something, when you're trying to build a business, right? When you're trying to build a business, you need something called longevity, right? In order to acquire consistency, you need longevity. That means you got to be there. You have to be in the game. You have to be available. You have to be on deck, right? You can't be taking these state vacations for 2 and 3 years and thinking you're going to come back out and pick up where you left off. No, you're going to start from scratch, from zero. Master Hotep said, good land, very relaxed laws out in Tennessee. Some good breeders out there, including Kenny and Rachel at Senza Tempo Corso. I have heard of Senza Tempo Corso. And yes, Kenneth Sonia's in Tennessee as well. In fact, that's where Camelot Kennels was. Art Sedaris, he was also in Tennessee. So yeah, there are, and there's still a lot of good breeders out there now. But yeah, that's definitely what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Tennessee. I'm looking at Kentucky. I'm looking at Indiana. I'm looking at places where land is truly cheap in America, and you can still get the benefits of all of everything you want in the land, right? If I could, I would love to dodge the winter, but it's not absolutely necessary. Once you've dealt with a New York winter, an upstate New York winter, once you've dealt with some of these nor'easters, you could probably be good in Canada. You know what I mean? So I'm not really worried about winters going forward, right? Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, those is all like those mid-Atlantic states, man. Not very heavily populated, large tracts of green woods, lands, undisturbed nature, right? And oh, you talking Eli Matos, you talking about Bear Mountain, upstate New York. Yeah, I know where Bear Mountain is. Indeed, indeed. Eli Matos said you must have vision, have goals, and the will to get it. Once you got those three things and you know how much you need it, it's going to fall in your lap. It's going to fall in your lap. It's going to hit you in your face so fast, so hard. You're going to be like, oh, shit, what happened? How'd that happen? Did I do that? Right? Real shit, y'all. I really don't believe in working for other people. I currently have a day job, right? And that's not going to probably last much longer. And that is simply because a day job to me is a tool, right? It's a means to an end. I'm not trying to have a career, right, that's going to last for 30 years, right? It's great if I can, stick with you long enough to retire and get the pension. But the fact is, most corporations is on some bullshit, right? That really doesn't jive with my personal ethics. And when I see that bullshit start to creep in, I can't really continue to work for you or be your advocate, right? Because if I'm an employee of a company I can't stand behind, that means I'm advocating for something I don't believe in. Eli said that's why he left the Bronx, because it was cold. Indeed, indeed, indeed. But I believe that each of us is almost responsible to work for ourselves. And what I mean by that is you have to tend to your own business. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I didn't accept a work schedule based on what their needs were. I accepted a work schedule that fit around how I deal with my dogs, right? In all things, the dogs come first. So the work, the job is a means to an end. But ultimately, the goal is to be full-time in the dogs, full-time in business for yourself, for myself, right? That's ultimately the goal. And achieving that goal is something that it's a process. It's something that I had to learn, like, you have to have a certain amount of patience with the process. Master Hotep says that's why I work 4 days a week and work and train dogs the rest of the time. Exactly. Exactly. If you love doing this dog shit, man, find an area of these dogs, man, that you can develop a business out of and just work that area. Real shit, man. Because, you know, like I said, I didn't seek out getting into this, right? I wanted one dog to be my companion, right? Figured I'd breed that dog, get one puppy that I wanted to keep, let the rest go, and that was going to be life. I was going to leave it there, right? Like, and the dog said different. The dog said, listen, man, don't you realize I'm the best fucking thing you've ever laid hands on? Don't you realize, like, people need to know about me? Don't you realize that I need to be in every home where there's a child so that I can look over that child and protect that child like it's my own? The dogs told me that. The dog said, listen, nigga, you're hired. Real shit. That's how this shit went down, man. I didn't say, oh, yeah, I'm going to go start me a kennel. I'm going to go get me some dogs. I'm going to have the baddest dogs on the fucking block. I ain't do none of that shit, man. I went and got one fucking dog. I really liked the dog. I went and got the dog. The fucking dog said, you're hired. And it's been that way ever since. So I work for them. I belong to them. I don't have dogs. Dogs have me. Real shit. So we're going to be going full time with this thing. Hold up. Let me share something with y'all, man. So just some things that I'm working on, man. Just some things that I'm working on right quick. Give me a minute. All right. Y'all tell me what y'all think of that, man. Tell me what y'all think of that, man. Hold up. Let me get it over here where y'all can see it. Right? So I got these online at spring.com. Spring.com. Right? And right now I'm trying to develop a line of apparel that includes the dogs, right? We're going to be doing something with the logo, you know what I mean? But primarily, you know, little shit like this here, man, is going to be coming to the market real soon. These are some of the ways, man, that, you know, you want to think about monetizing your business, man, or monetizing this shit with these dogs, if that's what you're into. Hold up, I got one more for y'all. Hold on. All right. And then we got this joint here. I don't know if y'all can see that. And then you flip it around. And I got my boy on the other side. I got to remember everything is in reverse with these damn cameras and all of this. But this is something that I've been working on, right? Sweetheart, this is a live chat in English. Suzanne Q. Berlinski said, do a live chat in English. Master Hotep said, looking nice. Always good to have your own branding and marketing. So it's just a little something I'm working on right now. You understand? I'm not completely finished with the product line and how it's going to break down, but that's what I'm after. That's the direction we're going to be moving in. Hold up, y'all. Short. Matter of fact, give me 1 second, y'all. So for this shit, we can actually disconnect. I don't need this right here. Give me 1 second. Just gonna make some adjustments. Indeed, so the coffee mug. I really like that. I just want the images to be a little bit better. I want to, you know, I mean, I'm real picky and particular. You know what I mean? When I put something out, I like it to really be fire, man. You know what I mean? Like, so these are just rudimentary designs. But I do make them available at spring.com. And it's called the FirePit. The store is called the FirePit. So Susanna Q. Berlinski. This stream is in English, so I have no idea why you're asking for a live chat in English, but yeah, I want to think we in there. King Wolf said he wants that's gangster. You want one? Absolutely. Eli Mato said that's how he started. One dog, then wow, 15 dogs later. Actual facts, bro. Like you get sucked in, man. You get sucked in. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. And that's how you know that this is your thing, right? Because you didn't necessarily go checking for it. It just got you, right? Like I used to be that dude, man, where everything had to be immaculate. You know, like I got a foot fetish, like for foot gear, like my feet fetish, like it's crazy, right? Like, so when I started having dogs and having pits and, you know, doing litters and all that, whew, listen, they was fucking up my suede shoes so much, man, I stopped buying them. I had to stop it. Yo, for the longest, I would not buy any suede shoes because there's something about suede shoes that dogs just go crazy. Like puppies, like they not trying to hear you. That the puppies will tear a good pair of suede shoes the fuck up. So yeah, I had to fall back on that. But the whole idea, man, is really to build not just a business, but almost a damn, man, not a movement. I don't want to get, you know, all cliche with it, but to create a vibe, if you will, right? To create an energy out there, man, that's going to really allow people, man, to tap into the beauty, the power, the intelligence and the capacity of these dogs. And at the same time, ooh, said the 84 Air Jordans. Heard you. Listen, right now I'm trying to cop a pair of Iversons that's limited edition, bro. Listen, when I get my Iversons, it's on. When I get them Iversons, man, it's on. Like it's a collector's edition, man. They don't make they're not out right now. So I gotta try to find a way, man, where I could convince them, man, to send them joints out, man. Because I need that. Absolutely. But I will say this. Putting those t-shirts out, right? We're gonna have the sweatshirts, we're gonna put them on t-shirts. We're gonna do a collection for Bull. We're gonna do a collection for Solo. Damn, I smoke a little weed and forget the little nigga name. Yeah, but we're gonna do a collection for Solo. We're gonna do a collection for Raina too, right? So each of them is gonna have their own joint. Then we're gonna have a line with all three of them in it, you know what I mean? All three of them and the logo. We're gonna diversify the merchandise lineup. But if y'all really want to support, man, go to spring.com and look for the FirePit store. Type in the FirePit, and that's gonna be the store on spring.com. You'll see we got t-shirts, we got the beach towel, right? We got t-shirts. We got the long sleeve sweatshirt you just saw. We got that in several colors. We got the coffee mugs, right? Gotta have that morning. Come on, listen, man. Imperial Diaries morning edition. You gotta have your mug, right? Your coffee mug. But let me stop fucking around. Real shit. That's the game plan in terms of monetizing your business, right? That's the game plan in terms of doing your dogs full time, so you can really give them the time and energy that they deserve. You can really give them because I feel like when I'm working for another motherfucker, I'm cheating my dogs. That's 8 hours I'm not with them or doing for them. And since they are my family, what the fuck do I look like doing something for somebody else that's going to benefit their family, and I'm not doing anything that really benefits my family? Now, we work the day job. Why? Because in the purchase of real estate, right, credit goes a very long way. And there is nothing that builds credit or allows you to build credit like a steady income reflected, right? So now, depending on your personal financial history, you may be better off having a day job, right, that shows steady payments while you build certain personal credit to put yourself in a position to get the land, right? And that's just a very traditional, conventional way of going about this. Susanna Q. Berlinski, I keep looking at your comment. Do a live chat in English. And what I'm going to do here is I am going to send you an invite. Let me see. Can I reply directly to you? No, I cannot. But I'm going to put this link in the chat, y'all. I see none of my detractors, none of the haters showed up to this live. All them people that was talking all that shit because I turned off comments on that video, right? So it's like, oh man, you shouldn't have turned the comments off. You got to take the good with the bad, this, that, and the third. So I'm here to take the good with the bad. You doing a whole live dedicated to that shit, and not a single one of them faggot motherfuckers showed up. That tells me everything I need to know. So back to what we doing. In the chat, I've put a link. You should be able to use that link to hop in here with me. And if we can do that, then that means we should be able to see your screen. We should be able to see your picture here as well. Yeah. Yeah. So Eli Mato said, making a legacy in yourself for the future. You see, that's the beauty of this shit. You understand what I'm saying? We really trying to make sure, like, I don't know if y'all are really paying attention, but slowly but surely, they're doing exactly, the society, the culture is moving in the direction that we thought it would. The government is starting to mandate vaccines, right? So all state workers and federal workers mandated that they get the vaccine, right? And you're going to find that stores are going to start following suit. Oh, if you want to shop here, you have to have proof of vaccine. And I'll be honest with y'all, I'm saying it here on this motherfucking stream, on this live stream. I had COVID-19 a year before it was ever called anything. The winter before this shit broke out, I had it Several of my coworkers had it, and I had family in New York City who told me that they know they had it back then. This is a year before it was announced as an outbreak in China. This was a year right here in New York that people had this fucking pandemic disease a year before it was announced in China. So you keep your fucking vaccine. You keep all your bullshit information about that vaccine. You keep all that bullshit you kicking about the disease, where it came from, how long it's been here, who it's affecting, how it's affecting them, and all the different fucking strains. Come on, man. How can you vaccine against strains that are still developing? Why are you pushing this vaccine and the fucking disease hasn't been properly explained? You never did admit that the fucking disease is airborne. This shit is airborne. That's the only way it could spread like that. So I say all of that to say the society is moving in a direction, y'all, where they're going to start mandating that you have that vaccine. And I'm not moving in that direction. I'm not feeling that at all. I'm not comfortable with that idea at all. Actual facts, man. Actual facts. I'm a motherfucking man. You have to understand, I suffered from asthma severely as a child. When I was 5, 6 years old, I used to have asthma attacks, man, that, people thought like he ain't gonna make it. And then somewhere around the age 7, really around age 8, 9, I started smoking weed real fucking heavy, yo. It was the element, the environment, my family life, all of that. But I was smoking weed regular. By the age 9, I definitely knew what it was to blow a joint to the head by myself. So I found that my asthma disappeared. And I never really noticed it as a kid. I didn't think back on it until I was adult. Like, oh shit, I just fucking outgrew asthma. So whatever the case may be, when I found myself laid up in the hospital over this COVID shit, having trouble breathing, the doctor was trying to tell me, oh, it's your asthma coming back from when you was a kid. Bullshit. Bullshit. The shit was COVID-19 a year before anybody even announced the shit in fucking China. Right here in good old fucking USA. Right here in good old fucking New York. So you can't tell me shit about a COVID-19. I don't care what the stats say. I don't care what the experts say. I don't care what the doctors say, the scientists say. I know what I experienced. And it's the same goddamn thing with these Camelot dogs. Don't fucking tell me about no American bully. Don't tell me about no fucking bullies. I know what I experience. The experience is a pit bull fucking experience, and you better get that through your skull if you're gonna fuck with them. Don't even come to me for a dog if you're looking for a docile couch potato type companion. You're not gonna get that. When these dogs want out and they want to work, they gonna riff with you. They gonna let you know, nigga, why are you still laying there? It's time to get up and go. And when they get out that door, they got one purpose. They looking for something to snatch. What can I snatch and shake? What can I snatch and shake? Man. Indeed, Master Hotep, you understand perfectly. It's going to be about self-sufficiency and self-reliance. The land is key, man. The land is key, especially land you can hunt on, land you can farm on. Like, this is not a game. This is not a game. These are all the things, man, that, I started getting schooled to a lot of this shit way back in 96. And I've been just sitting back on the sideline, slowly watching these motherfuckers develop their program and lay their game down flat. And trust me, y'all, they laying it down flat. Master of all bulldogs just made a video bringing me up, huh, King Wolf? Yeah. Why Master Bulldogs ain't on this live talking that shit, B? Why he ain't right here proving? Because see, I offered to do a live debate with the brother. I don't know how many months ago. And I really opened the floor up, said, listen, bro, you know, we can do a live debate right here at any time you want. Show and prove, man. I got pedigrees, B. When I start bringing out the paperwork, you just going to have to shut the fuck up and listen. And then you show me the motherfucking American bully. See, bullies, by their very nature, are scatterbred dogs. The way that game has developed, the way it's the direction it's gone in, you're talking scatterbred dogs. And if you got some razor's edge shit, I am not quick to call that bully. Because I've seen coming up in Spanish Harlem what those dogs do. I had a husky, and she learned firsthand what the fuck those razor's edge dogs do. So, you know, again, bro, I cannot tell you anything, right? I'm gonna put my hands on it, and then I'm gonna give you the one. He put my name in that goddamn video because he's trying to catch this wave. Y'all have driven this channel to 1,000 fucking subscribers just in the last 30 days. Over 1,000 subscribers just in the last 30 days. That's y'all's work, B. G-Man said he's always talking about other people's dogs, but his dog's always in a cage looking miserable. Listen, I don't even know what that shit is he's breeding over there. Do those dogs have a function? What do they do? What is the purpose of breeding those dogs? Are they companion animals? Are they working animals? What the fuck is the purpose of a bulldog that ain't bulldogging? The fuck are you talking about, man? Old red, but listen, man. Listen. That Master BS stuff, man. Listen. Yeah, man, y'all don't get me started, man. I'm about to put old boy in a rap. We gonna make a rap song about old boy. But this is the trouble with always feeling like there's nothing to learn. I let my dogs teach me on a daily basis, y'all. I go out of here every day, man, and I bring a dog with me, man, and I have a general game plan or idea of what I want to do with the dog that day. Once we hit that yard, the dog tells me whether or not it's with the game plan and if that game plan is going to change today. Right? Like it's not it's far from a monologue here. It's far from a dictatorship. Now, certain shit, you have to regiment. You have to lay down rules. You have to stick to them shits because that's what it is, right? Or you'll be like me and you'll lose like a California king-size bed to the dogs climbing in the middle of your shit, climbing in the middle of your bed, pissing, dead smack in the center of it because you had female company and they couldn't participate. Yeah. Like that kind of personality shit comes out in these dogs. Eli Mato said New York is different. Bullies coming back in the 1980s to make big dogs for the box. King Wolf said his dogs look like shit. Real talk, man. Real talk, man. Like, how can you hate on something, man, you can't even reproduce? How can you hate on something, man, and you ain't never even laid hands on it? You don't know nothing about it, but half your motherfucking videos is talking about it. You ain't never had a Camelot pit bull in your life. And you want to sit there and talk about what they are or what they aren't. Does that make any sense? Listen, man, I understand that a lot of dudes is in this YouTube shit for the YouTube shit, right? Like it's a whole business that they do. I'm gonna be honest with y'all about my videos. Even hitting 1,000 subscribers, etc., etc. YouTube is not laying out a whole lot of money for these videos. YouTube splits ad revenue with you. So when your videos air on YouTube, the advertisers that YouTube collects from, they post those advertisements on your video, or they'll interrupt your video to run those advertisements. Because those advertisers pay YouTube, YouTube has done the grand, beautiful thing of sharing that ad revenue with you to encourage you to continue to promote videos and produce videos for the YouTube channel. So it's a win-win situation, and I love that. But there's certain topics, certain shit that YouTube advertisers pay more for than this shit that we about. See, when you come on here and you keeping it funky like we keeping it funky, and you showing these dogs like we show these dogs, and showing them in their natural habitat doing what they do, that's not sexy for advertisers, right? So the advertisers, they you know, they throw out a little dough, but they not really buying in, right? Now, if I were calling my dogs pitties, right, and if I said, oh, look at my goofy pitty, and did a video like that, that shit would do millions of views, get top advertising dollar, right? Because that's what they want. They want that sugar-coated bullshit. And you're not going to get that here. The same way you're not going to come to me and get some glorified couch potato. You're not going to get a video that sugarcoats a whole lot of nothing. So when you have a dude like Master of All BS who wants to put my name in his videos, right? And I ain't gonna lie, I bust the first shot. I can't say I bust the first shot. The dude came on my Facebook page, talking about I'm lying. Came on my YouTube. Now you gonna call me a liar, but you won't confront my lie to my face. Y'all gonna find out I'm a very live and direct type motherfucker. You know, in the streets, if a bitch chews, you don't hide the bitch, right? If a bitch chews, you go straight to the motherfucker she was dealing with and you let them know your bitch chose. Those are the rules of the game. We do that shit eye to eye, face to face, man to man. If we got an issue, I come to you man to man, face to face. Don't be hopping in the comments on some weak shit, talking about, oh, you lying, stop lying to people. And then you run and scatter and you can't be found after the fact. You can't stand up behind your own comments. Fuck is the matter with you, man? I'm here live and direct, motherfucker. Get at me. And trust me, I carry it like that in person. The energy's the same. We love the chalice. But listen, I don't want it to be like, yo, Pump 17, when I tell you, I believe the dude has personally created at least 3 different fake profiles to try to come on my channel, calling my dogs trash. Like, listen, for a motherfucker to look at these dogs and say they trash, right? And I'm not talking about look at their physical appearance. I'm talking about look at the dogs, their physical appearance, look at their motherfucking drive, their behavior, how they get down, the work ethic. Pay attention to it all. And tell me that dog is trash. Nigga, you should smack yourself. Throw up on yourself. Put your foot in your own ass after you take it out of your mouth. Listen. I'm gonna see you sneeze. Real talk. Say, yo, Pump said, I asked him to pick the pedigrees and he never responded. Yo, he's not, bro. On the low, man. Somebody called the nigga out on Facebook, man. I don't know if y'all remember Buck City Kennels, you know, was pushing that Mayday shit real hot on YouTube, man. He had a channel that was really popping and all of that. But the brother was going through some legal issues over his dogs. And he had produced a litter and then found himself having to kind of answer some more legal issues. And master of all bullshit literally posted the nigga dogs on his own page, posted Buck City Kennels litter on his own page and advertised them puppies for sale. Niggas called them out on. So my whole thing is, I'm from the hood, B. I was born hood. I was raised street. Like, I'm sorry, y'all gonna get real used to the fact that extremely intelligent, but I got that shit in me. You understand? And it's always been that way. So being a street motherfucker, game recognized game, and real recognized real. Shout out to motherfuckers like Live Wire Reds. Y'all gonna probably see some of that in my camp before too long. You know what I mean? Now, this is a dude with a channel on YouTube. He got an Instagram following. He got that fire. I know that when I go get those dogs and I breed that into what I got, it's pure heat. It's all the original intent for the dogs still in there, right? It does matter who you get your dogs from. You cannot paint Camelot with a single paintbrush. You got two dudes that took that name in two different directions. One was the actual pioneer of the Camelot brand, and the other was an offshoot of that brand. Now, I personally have never seen or heard anything from Art Sedaris that that slandered Kenneth Sonia or that knocked Kenneth Sonia. When I look at the pedigrees, I see several times that there were Camelot Pitts dogs bred to Camelot dogs, right? Camelot Kennels and Camelot Pitts seem like they corroborated on some shit, and at the very least, they had to have some dealings because the foundation dog for Camelot Pitts, which was the Camelot Pitts chief, was a son off a Duke, right? Camelot Kennels the Duke. So whatever happened with the bus stuff is a different story than how Chief was bred later on, right? So now Chief gave birth to a dog. Chief was bred to a bitch named Blondie, and they produced a dog named Bruiser. And Bruiser was a Kenneth Sonia production. Kenneth Sonia would later sell Bruiser to a guy named Rex Hayes, right? I think Rex Hayes has Redemption Kennels, right? And if you want to see a classic example of what the Bruiser bloodline looks like, you can always refer to Redemption Kennels, right? They got some good stock there. Also, Delaware Red Pits. Be careful fucking with son, because he's gonna charge you $10K for a pup. I'm telling you straight up and down. He done had his dogs in the movie with Brad Pitt. And this is all Camelot shit. You understand? But he's got a dog called Brandy the Pit Bull. Is actually 3 of his dogs played the role of Brandy the Pit Bull in the Brad Pitt movie. I don't even know the name of the movie. I never saw the movie. I'm not a Brad Pitt fan. I don't really fuck with shit like that. Just the meat thing. But so he has Delaware Red Pits. That's Bruiser bloodline, because a good deal of his dogs, I'm pretty sure he got from Rex Hayes. Klaskowski's Cookie also came from Delaware Red Pits. Now, Bull's first litter, the first time my dog Bull, was ever bred, he was bred to the Cookie bitch, Klaskowski's Cookie, out of Delaware Red Pits. So you're gonna see these dogs, you know, we keep it funky, man. We breed close to the heat, close to the source. One of the things that made the Bruiser bloodline such a sought after bloodline was what Rex Hayes did with the bloodline. It matters who you get your dogs from. Typically, them dogs is 60 to 70 pounds, and they are pure heat, pure muscle and heat. That's what they do. And they love the water. Right? So you get those Bruiser traits in a Camelot dog, man. That's a good thing. Bruiser in one of his pictures reminds me of the Camelot, the Red Hot Jack Boots dog. Red Hot's Jack Boots was a 2-time winner, also Camelot bred. I'm gonna give y'all the game, B. I'm gonna give y'all the game, man. It's right there in the ADBA registry, right? Look up Red Hot's Jack Boots. Red Hot's Jack Boots, 2-time winner. So there's a lot of shit with this, man, that dudes just ain't really, you know, motherfucker say what he want on his channel, but when we go into the pads, this is what we gonna find. This is what we gonna find, bro. So shout out to camps like Live Wire Reds. I know that man keeping it heat. He's getting a visit from me coming the end of August. I'm telling y'all that shit right now. And I don't even broadcast my business like that. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all go check my dude out on Instagram, man, because he definitely deserved that love. And all the breeders that I got my dogs from, right? I don't know how heavy in the game Wealthy Division still is, but I know for a fact, you know, the breeder I just got Rainer from, he's got a litter of Bruiser pups on the ground right now. Right? That my dude is the kennel's called Hard Time Pits, and his name is Glenn Pittman. Right? So he's the one that produced Rainer, right? Hard Time Pits. He has a dog, his foundation dog, I believe is Hawk. Hawk is off the same dog that Bull is off of, just by a different mother. Hawk is off of Havoc and War Dancer. My boy Bull is off of Havoc and White Gold. So when I tell you we keep the pets close, we keep the pets close to the heat. We don't play no games with that. You have to know who you getting your dogs from and what they throwing, what they producing. That is key in this Camelot shit. King Wolf affirms, said, yes, he did. Pump 17 says, people like Master BS are dangerous because of the misinformation he spouts. It's serious. Because, see, and this is the whole reason for this live, right? Going right back to that video I posted. The reason for me posting the video was to make the clear distinction between the attitude of the typical American bully and a Camelot pit bull, right? We have to make that distinction. Because the dogs are big and brolic and muscular, people scream bully, 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 bully. Like they straight out of fucking, out of the rainforest. Bully, 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 bully. Listen, stop playing with me, man. Regardless to the muscle on the dog, you better respect the drive behind that muscle. There's some shit going on in there. Trust me when I tell you. I call it Imperial Flame for a reason. That torch is lit. These are not dogs to play with. These are not dogs to take casually. They sold me Star as Hollywood Bullies Star. Hollywood Bullies. Star was meant to be a box dog. Flat out. Let me say that again for y'all. Star would have been better off as a box dog. And I mean that in every sense of the word. All that bitch wanted was smoke. She didn't care about nothing else, B. When I bred that bitch, I think we did a couple of AIs and a couple of natural sticks. That bitch turned around and pissed out every last one of them. I held that bitch upside down myself for a good half hour. Just sat there, smoked the whole fucking L with the bitch literally upside, nothing on the floor but her front paws. All of this, all her hindquarters is literally sitting in my lap. And I'm sitting there puffing. Listen, that bitch would have never been a mother. Should have probably killed every pup. I hate to say that, but she didn't show the slightest. Man, listen, she. The worst thing about it was that Star didn't have the greatest ability from what I could see, right? She had the willingness. She had the die-hard desire. She had the deep gameness. But man, in terms of ability, you definitely want to school that bitch out first. But get beside myself. Pump said, it's a few people, mainly in Florida, South Carolina, Texas, that still have dogs that carry the original Camelot purpose. Indeed so. Another camp I fuck with. And going forward, y'all, we're going to try to get these people on this live stream, y'all. We're going to try to get them, you know what I mean, talking about their dogs and what they've done for me, for my program, and what they have on the ground right now, what they doing going forward. But if you look up Hard Time Pits on Facebook, it's spelled time is spelled with a Y. So it's HRDTYMEPITS. Or did he put a Z at the end of it? Try it both ways. Hard Time Pits. You're gonna see his shit pop up on Facebook, man. He's got a litter on the ground right now, man. Dude, always real easy to work with. He's professional and he breeds the heat. He breeds the heat. Important to understand that he breeds the heat. So, again, that's my dude Glenn Pittman of Hard Time Pits. Big shout out to my dude, man. I don't get a chance to chop it up with him often enough. I really got to get him on the phone, man. Even if it's just me and him chatting it up. But I would definitely like him to you know what I mean, come in and have a few words with y'all, man. Um, the other dude, my dude Dietrich Smith of Loyal Bones, who produced the Solo Dog, right? Um, dude has a very good lineup. He's got good lineup going back to the to some good old school blood. You know what I mean? Now, people consider the Bruiser blood more new school, right? Yeah, because Chief was off of Duke, and I forget exactly how Blondie was bred, but that bitch was heat, right? There was nothing really changed in that reading between Chief and Blondie that produced the Bruiser. So why people consider Bruiser new school? Eh, to me, he's more of a throwback to the old school, and that's why he was so successful as a producer. You go into Camelot pedigrees of a lot of dogs now, you'll find that Bruiser is pretty prominent. Um, Bruiser was also bred to white gold, right? Um, Bruiser to white gold was in Star's pedigree. So when I say that acquiring your dogs and knowing what lines to acquire, this is just like it's no different, man. It's no different. If you was trying to find a box dog, B, and you was trying to decide whether you wanted to go Eli, Red Boy, whether you wanted to go Bolio Tombstone, you had to really go, okay, all right, Eli's a very broad umbrella, B, right? Like you get that old Eli shit, man, straight off the Boudreaux yard, right? Or you could get some of this other shit, man, that then, translated, man, into fucking Midnight Cowboy, 6 bits, fucking shit, the Turtle Buster shit, man. Like, listen, bro. Even in all of those different strains, if you go to a dude who ain't got a clue about working a dog or got a clue about how to breed and preserve traits in a line and what traits to preserve in a line, then you're going to end up with some bullshit. Blondie was off Trip and Baby Girl. Pump said Blondie was off Trip and Baby Girl. Hold up. Let me see something. Absolute facts. Absolute facts. APBT online. So I don't know how to share my screen on this shit yet. Like for whatever reason, last time I tried to share the screen, I ended up kind of kicking myself out. So I'm not gonna try to do that this trip, but that's absolutely right. You know what I mean? Trip and Baby Girl. We'll pull that shit up right now. All right, so I'm just running through this joint right quick. Now, Trip and Baby Girl. Trip goes back to the Peterson dogs. Baby Girl goes back to the Raging Cajun Hershey Kiss. Baby Girl goes back to the Duke. Okay, so here we have it again. You'll see it again. Baby Girl was as Camelot as you could get in terms of the old school blood, right? You got Kubar's Golden Bud and Blaze Maxine producing Johnson's Hershey Kiss, right? So Kubar's Golden Bud was also the Duke's father. So Kubar's Golden Bud produced the Duke, and then the Duke and Red Rosina produced Ragin' Cajun, right? And then Ragin' Cajun was brought to Hershey Kiss to produce Ozuski's Razor, which is the top side on Camelot Pit's Baby Girl. On the bottom side, Ozuski's Rock Candy is off of Camelot's Magnus and Camelot's Blaze Maxine. Again, you have Blaze Maxine, and Blaze Maxine was off of Pool's Max and Pool's Cocoa. Pool's Max is also off of Kubar's Golden Bud. So you see, basically, Baby Girl, her whole bottom side was KGB, Kubar's Golden Bud, right? This is all his blood here. The only difference, right, in all of that is the Widowmaker Echo Dog. And the Widowmaker Echo Dog is off of Wilder's Red Inferno and Sorona's Widowmaker, right? So now we getting into the old family red nose side, the Wilder, the Hemphill, you understand? And in the fourth generation of the Widowmaker Echo Dog, you find Sorona's Trouble, Killing Sid, Wilder's Red Dot, Wilder's Geronimo 2, Hemphill Wilder's Geronimo 2. Like, listen, Smith Sorona JoJo, A.K. Sargent Sorona JoJo, Sorona's Motorhead, a.k.a. Hammertown's Motorhead, Clement's Dixie Lou, a.k.a. Sorona's Dixie Lou. I think, you know, so the whole bottom side of the pedigree, that was the Baby Girl. That's Baby Girl, right? Hold on. This is just the bottom side on Blondie, right? This is just the bottom side on Blondie. The top side goes back to the Peterson's dog. Champion Woods Easy Challenger. Woods Bolt of Lightning. Woods Tacoma Easy. Now, here you talking about working staff blood. All this Woods. The Watchdog. Red Woman. Kim's Calamity Jane, the Grapevine Conan dog. When you pull those pedigrees, you find out that all of that goes back to Champion Watchdog's Big Thor, right? The Grand Champions. You have the ruffian stuff in there. You have the trying to find some names that I recognize, but that's about all I recognize in this motherfucker. I don't know a lot of this watch. I don't know a lot of the Watchdog stuff. A lot of the Watchdog stuff came off of Blue Dogs. The ruffian stuff, but the ruffian stuff We know that came down off of GameStop. So what they really did, man, was take this old family red nose blood and they married it to classic working genetics. And I don't know why that don't make sense to a lot of dudes. But when you marry old with old, bro, you can't call that something new. Right? Now, my thing has always been, how can you tell Earl Tudor what he was breeding? Here you come 40, 50 years after the fact. And you want to tell people like Earl Tudor, Joe Corvino, that what they were doing was wrong somehow and mislabeling shit somehow, and that they were scamming people. Because when you go back in these pedigrees, man, that's the kind of shit you're going to find. But listen, damn, this live is going on 3 hours. I did not intend to rock out this long, man. I thought I was going to do this for about an hour, man, and call it a night. But anytime you really looking to get bona fide, proven, let me take that back, because somebody's going to misconstrue that, right? Somebody's going to take that word proven and take it somewhere where it ain't designed to go right now. At least it shouldn't be said on this channel in that fashion. You're going to get dogs, man, that are from proven stock, right? Dogs that we know work. Dogs we know have the drive. When I got Raina, and I don't know if y'all remember that that video I posted, but like literally, baby girl came from a litter of pups that was so fucking hot. You understand? Like literally there was a pool of blood in the goddamn kennel. There was a pool of blood in the goddamn kennel, man. And these were puppies, man. They hadn't even quite hit 8 weeks. They was just hitting 8 weeks. And you could see the motherfucker. Yeah. Motherfuckers was in there working, yeah. At 8 weeks. If left to themselves, that's what you're gonna get. You don't understand the shit I go through to keep my dog from flying off the handle at every fucking dog he sees. It's constant work. And God forbid the dog have any bark to it or show any moxie. What? Then he really went at it. So motherfuckers just, you have to know where you're getting your dog from, man. Study these dudes out here carefully. No knock on nobody who ain't breeding for drive and temperament. But that's what I breed for, man. That's what I look for. I want that old thing back. I'm a day one nigga. That's why y'all see me rock that day one alumni apparel, B. I believe in that shit heavily. Pump, that's another thing. Real shit, my brother. Real shit. You definitely have to be careful who you give your dogs to, man. I almost lost Solo, yo. Real shit. I almost lost that dog, B. Because motherfucker that I felt I knew fairly well, that was always within hands reach, always within the arm's reach, shit like that. I put this dog in his hands, thinking he was gonna be down with the team, part of the program, and the nigga straight rounded on me. Like he ain't want me nowhere near the dog now. And I'm like, oh shit, word. And he hadn't even finished paying for the dog. Believe that shit? I gave the nigga the dog on the cuff, B. Give me what you got now. We do half now, half later. And I wasn't gonna even. It wasn't even straight cash, my nigga. I was fair about it, man, because it's my dude. So I do cash and trade with you. You know what I mean? And you can do that on the cuff, half up front, half later. Yo, it's some serious shit, bro. It's some serious shit. That's another reason why I want to get out in the woods, B. I'm gonna get out in the woods, man, because honestly, I know if I can train my dogs the way I want, fuck your professional dog trainers and all them niggas talking shit about, like niggas just talk crazy shit. You know what I mean? And I'm good about it because I don't just automatically delete them dumbass comments. I let them shits rock. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. Shit get disrespectful. Y'all know how I get. So, that's how we gonna handle that. And anything after that, that's how we gonna handle that. But yeah, man, like one of the things that pissed me off, man, the first litter off a bull, the bull he did with Henny Ma. Henny ain't have no paperwork. Do that mean I don't want to keep my dogs? Fuck out of here. I did the breeding for a reason. Right? That bitch is the ultimate nanny fucking pit. That bitch is the classic Kobe Little Rascals nanny pit. Classic. Everything about the bitch. When she chooses where to sleep, she chooses to sleep in the kids' room. Especially if there's a small, if you got a toddler, 3, 4 years old, and he's sleeping right by their motherfucking bed. Shit, if you let her, she'll sleep in the bed with the baby. But at the end of the day, that bitch will snatch something quick. She never put up with star shit. She never put up with bullshit. Like, that bitch was not to be played with. I remember the nigga went to mount her one day. I had female company. The nigga went to mount her, and she wasn't even in season. That bitch turned and she ragged him so fast, so quick. You understand? Like, she was on his motherfucking head so fucking fast. She was doing a Ali shuffle on him. He never climbed on that bitch out of season again. Never. Holmes said, do I have any experience with the red hot blood? That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do in New York. Right? Well, I'm going to see some family down in the city. I'm going to make it a business trip as well. Stop in on a dude who got that red hot blood, man. You know what I mean? I like that red hot shit a lot. A lot. So much so that that is let's just say we're gonna be working with that. We're gonna be working with that. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I like what I'm seeing, I'm liking what I'm getting. But these pups off this litter, I have a definite plan for their ass, B. So a lot of motherfuckers, man, I like this group right here. Everybody on this motherfucking stream, on this live right here, I fucks with y'all on the strength, man, that A Shredder grandson? Whoa. Shredder was that boy, man. Shredder was that boy. See, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, we gonna get to a point, man, where I knew exactly what you was talking about, Pump. I knew exactly what you was talking about. Like you ain't even gotta say no more, my dude. Like that type of blood is the shit that we're after, right? We want that locked in, right? We want that locked in and working. We want that locked in and proven, right? And that's what we after. I don't care that the bully market allows you to sell dogs for up to $20,000, and people don't care if the dogs don't live 2 or 3 years. Like, if that was my stage, man, there would be no sense in me recording any of these motherfucking videos. If that's what I was in to get down with, I'd be on some shit, bro, where literally you just rent out apartments, go get a rental property, and turn every motherfucking room into a kennel for the motherfucking bullies, and just push them shits out. Just push them out. Straight puppy mill. Because that's what the bully game done turned into, right? It's a fucking puppy mill. I don't want nothing to do with that shit, B. I want that collector's edition shit. Real shit, B. You want one of these motherfuckers here? Shit, nigga, you gonna have to be proven. Fuck whether or not the dogs are proven. And I'm to that point, man, where I'm really watching, because can I confess something? When I conceived of this breeding, I originally tried to do this breeding with Star. And Star wasn't really the female that I wanted. Raina is much closer to exactly what I wanted. So now, Raina, in her, I want to say 4th generation, her pops has a nice fucking watchdog out. Like a watchdog, I want to say watchdog gray line out. So damn. 4th generation on the top side, right? So I say all of that to say that I'm breeding very close when I bring bull to Raina. And you do have to be careful when breeding so close. Basically, she's a half niece to him, right? So we doing some serious line breeding. Jose Garcia, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. FEMA Brecker said, "Are you a ghost of George Floyd?" I'm sorry, I'm not 100% familiar with who George Floyd is. And I'm not exactly sure of the intent of your comment. So I'm going to ask you to take a time out. Sun Gazer Life, what's good, bro? Dev Hardy, thank you so much for tuning in, bro. Because honestly, if a motherfucker not really understanding what I'm pushing out, I don't think it's going to be successful for. I think they mind on bullies. That's what's up, bro. That's what I'm talking about, man. You know what I mean? Like, if this wasn't my passion, I couldn't sit here and do this with y'all, man. Like when I tell you, once you got these dogs, they gonna captivate you, B. You got these dogs, they are going to show you an affection that's over the top. Where they prefer to be is right on top of your feet. And when you take them out, they are going to run interference for you. When I say they're going to be out in front of you, they're going to be checking. Anything that's off color, they snatching and they shaking. Zulu Nation family, what's good with my fam? What up, G? Camelot all day, Camelot all day. There's no better dog. The drive is crazy. The bond is strong. Wants to please, and the ride, and it wants to please. It's nuts. But this dog is not for everyone. It's not for everyone. Those are comments from Zulu Nation family. Thank you, bro, for chiming in on that. I could have swore, man. Listen, man, I'm gonna put this joint in here, man. I know you just did the fucking the stick with Juju and Thanos, man. I'd love to hear more about that, man. Eli, bro, it's like, you know, people be tripping, man, because I'm tripping. Let me put it that way. I'm tripping because I didn't have no intention of doing a YouTube channel with 2,000 plus subscribers. I was loving these dogs. I was really intrigued by them, what they do and how they come off. So I began to videotape them in their development and my working with them and my learning process. That's all I was doing, bro. I was video journalizing for myself. Thank you, Zulu. He says, yes, sir. Hopefully the breeding took. He said, I love your growth and how you're doing things. Thank you, fam. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I respect that, man. Because, like, it says a lot, man, to be all in with these dogs, B. When you go check out the Zulu Nation channel, you see, man, like, everybody in the house is into these dogs, man. Like, everybody, like they have a way of taking over, bro. They have a way of taking over. They have a way of capturing you. And it's very hard to get away from that. Like if I lost my dogs today, I would feel like my life had very little purpose, man. On some real shit. It makes more sense for me to sit here and chop it up with y'all and kick it with y'all than it does for me to make sense. Then it makes sense for me to chop it up with family I have that's still in the streets, and I've been trying to pull them out of the streets since God knows when. Real shit. It's a shame because that conversation over there would never take place. And that's what we're gonna push out, y'all. We're gonna push out that collector's edition blood. You know what I mean? We're not gonna play no games. You know, Dev Hardy said limited edition type. We pushing out that collector's edition shit, man. Don't be surprised. Listen, man. I'm not gonna kid y'all. I did not have any intentions of selling pups off this litter initially. The only thing that's gonna allow pups to go out of this door is the desire for the people. The desire of people. It says the people are expressing a very strong desire for these dogs. Dev Hardy, I commend your patience because he's been waiting patiently. He ain't going nowhere else. He's right here. And that says a lot to me, man. That says, man, that I'm going to make sure that what he gets, man, is going to be exactly what he was after. Everything that I tell you that these dogs are here on this live, you understand everything that I've been trying to show you through 100 plus videos. Shout out to 2,200 subscribers. Shout out to all of you who have taken the time to really say, hey, man, I respect what you're doing. I want to see more of what you're doing. Listen, It is y'all who have determined the fact that some of these dogs will go to the public. But shoo, it's pulling teeth. I'm not kidding you. I was never trying to be a Tom Garner. I was never trying to be a Floyd Boudreaux. I was never trying to be that dude, man, with hundreds of dogs flying out the door. I was never trying to be that dude with hundreds of dogs, right? I'm not that dude. I keep it very close. I like the Havoc animal blood, and I like how it ties in with the old school blood. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing dogs with drive. I'm doing dogs that will throw everything from 40 pounds to 100 pounds. Even Solo has similar blood. Well, he has the same. Damn, I want to say on his bottom side. I always get his pet fucked up. But at the end of the day, the boy is carrying animal blood. Animal was Havoc's father. Havoc is Bull's father. Havoc is also Raina's grandfather, which makes Animal Raina's great grandfather. And so Solo carries the animal blood too, right? We're going to do an interview with my dude KBF Pitts. I ain't managed to grab nothing off his yard yet, but he carries that animal blood strong. He carries a dog right now, Animal Junior. Yeah, family is who you bond with. True story, Eli Matos. Zulu Nation family said they build a bond I can't explain, and they are protective, man. And people like you putting light to the dog because people forgot about them. Man, I can't see what you I can't wait. I guess he's saying I can't wait to see what you produce if you produce. Real shit, bro. Real shit. I mean, y'all got to understand, I personally have been waiting for this litter over 3 years. I tried to do this 3 years ago, man, and the bitch would not take. So you have to understand, like, yo, man, you talk about chomping at the bit. You talking about nervous. I did a whole Imperial Diaries video, man, just my private thoughts on this breeding and what's going on with it, man. And I might post that, but those are some of my really, really like private thoughts, man. Some of my fears, concerns, the whole fucking 9 yards, man. But let's move on. Let's move on. In fact, Pump 17 said Eli Matos 100. Real shit. Jose Garcia says, do you have any opinion on the Chico Lopez Golden Vein line? Whew. Woo. Okay. If we talking about the Golden Vein line, there is some legitimacy to that. There is some legitimacy to that. What I mean by that is the Golden Vein that he claims and the dogs that he refers to have proven over time that this blood does click and seems to do well. I will give him as a breeder his props in knowing what blood to go back and get to reproduce what once was. Right? His attitude, I don't necessarily rock with. I can understand to a limited extent wanting to keep the dogs in the right hands. But some of what he says is downright offensive just to the average individual. And that I can't fuck with. But other than that, those dogs, whew, something to be said for that. Something to be said for that. I have some questions personally Again, as a breeder, as a motherfucker who's laid hands on these dogs, box dogs, the whole 9 yards, right? I think my Henny Ma dog, she was a fine example of, she was scatterbred, but the Kobe was prominent in her. The old family red nose lines. I've run some meat line shit, with that's a whole nother. But I say all of that to say that those dogs are really, like, let's take the Hollingsworth's bull. You have to look at this dog and wonder where it got some of its features. I'm sorry. If you breed this breed, if you really fuck with these dogs and you know what they throw, you have to wonder how you got this long, rear-legged, floppy-eared dog. Those big, floppy ears tell a lot. Your typical joint, not gonna have them, they may have bat ears, they may flop over a little bit, with the little point tip, the little tip pointing down type shit, but just floppy, hanging like Dumbo ears. Where the fuck did that come from? Show me a single fucking dog in any of the pedigrees and the histories that got them long fucking floppy ears that Hollingsworth bull got. I'll wait. Massa Hotep, I think the Camelot dogs down in Brazil. Massa Hotep says the Camelot dogs down in Brazil look good, very bully, but bred more for a calm temperament. The dogs down in Brazil are predominantly off the Chevy dog. The Chevy dog has Mastiff in them. That's where Kenneth Sonia got the bus dog. They all came off a dog called Chevy. Chevy came off of that whole Eddington's want to be a Whopper stuff. So you have to be really careful with that. The Avant bloodline, I have no clue where that stuff came from. I do know that the Avant bloodline wasn't looking too hot coming from certain breeders. So again, with every line, know your breeders. Know who to get your dogs from. Because some dudes was throwing shit together just to say they had an extreme feature dog. And it wasn't Eli Mato says a hound dog. They hung papers. Listen, bro. Listen, man. Listen. And dudes swear by it. APBT purists, they swear this is the look, and your dog doesn't look like it. Listen, if you running that Mayday shit, if you running that Hollingsworth bull to Dolly shit, man, listen, get at me. Get at me. I don't apologize for nothing I say, man. Nothing. Yeah, some cross that Avant with Camelot. I gotta tell y'all, man. I'm not even a fan of the cross into the blue stuff. I've had a blue dog before. I had a blue brindle. And so help me. That dog was dumb as a box of rocks, yo. I hate to say that about any fucking dog. But when I tell you this dog was just now, this has to be attributed to his early upbringing, right? Like he wasn't very well trained and socialized and all that. You know, he knew his family, he knew his household, very little else. He pulled, he never had training, the sit, stay, all that. He never had none of that. So by the time I got the dog, he was already pretty much a year old. You know what I mean? And shout out, baby girl is like, she the love of my life. We go back like a ways. So shout out to Steph. She kind of bought the dog for me as a coming home gift. You know what I mean? She knew I was coming home. She had invited me to come out or whatever, and she bought the dog for a fella. Literally, like when I tell you this dog was dumb as a box of rocks, I watched the Boston Terrier. The people downstairs had the Boston Terrier. This little motherfucker snatched my blue dog by the nose, B, and shook his shit. We had to get the little motherfucker off my blue dog, right? The nigga nose is leaking, right? This nigga wagged his tail and wanted to play some more. Like, So I'm not really a fan of the blue shit, right? Joe Corvino, he posted a letter in a 1946 Bloodlines journal where he had to answer for having sold a blue dog to somebody, and that person ended up selling the dog to somebody else who then used the dog in the box. Now, Joe Corvino's slogan was always, I breed the type of dog that don't run away when they get hurt, or that won't run away when it gets hurt. In other words, my dog bite back, right? My dog game, right? This is really what he was saying. I breed game shit. So the motherfucker that the dog quit on, and mind you, the dog went an hour, right? But after an hour, the dog quit. He stood the line. And this 60-minute cur, the dude posted it in the Bloodlines journal, blew him up, a lot like we would blow a dog up on Facebook today. Posted the shit in the Bloodlines journal, said, yo, listen, Joe Corvino say he breeds the type of dog that don't run away when it gets hurt. But this dog I got from a guy who got it from Joe Corvino, and this dog stood the line after 60 minutes. So Joe Corvino had to defend this blue dog. And I think it's important to understand that there were blue pit bulls in the game, right? Joe Corvino admits having bred one. Now, he says that when he sold the dog as a roll dog, not as a match dog. He said the dog is good for an hour. Don't ever try to match him. This was all in the shit. So in his letter, he responded. This is what he put in that Bloodlines journal letter. And I pray that I could literally pull that article out one day. I could find that shit again. And we're going to literally read that shit. So that's for all the people who say there's no such thing as a blue pit bull. There's no such thing as a blue pit bull. Bullshit. Joe Corvino bred them and admitted to the same. Right? So that answers that argument. So don't tell me because the dog got blue blood in it, it's not a pit bull. That's bullshit. Right? So like my whole shit is when you go back to the day one shit, when you go back to the master breeders, the legends, the motherfuckers we all claim to follow, and we have their dogs, listen to what they said at the time that they were doing what they were doing. I read a letter from Earl Tudor who talked in the same Bloodlines journal actually this was from like 1923, April of 1923, where he says he had went around to visit somebody who had some stock off of Blackjack, his Blackjack dog. And those dogs were all good dogs around 80 pounds. All good dogs around 80 pounds. That's how he described them in whole, in general. So when motherfuckers try to act like the pit bull shouldn't be bigger than 60 pounds? Sorry, that's not what Earl Tudor said he bred, right? That's not what Oxley bred, who did business with Kobe. The man tells you he had a 103-pound dog. The 103-pound dog threw a 10-month-old dog that was already 70-something pounds, if I remember correctly. These are in their advertisements. These were posted in the journals. Go do your homework, do your research, and shut the fuck up if you don't know what you're talking about. Eli Mato said, go back to the real old family red, and they look very different from the ones now. Indeed so. Yo, listen, even Bryant's Red Devils realized that they needed that old school Camelot stock. Bryant's Red Devils have been breeding OFRN dogs for over 20 years, B. They all on the YouTube. You could go check them out. Check out Bryant's Red Devils right here on YouTube. You'll see the dogs that they was breeding. They made great show dogs. But in terms of the gameness and the drive in the dogs they began to call that into question. And understand the game is always going to do that. If you breeding something and you putting a certain label on it, the game is going to call into question, well, can this dog really do what you say it is? Can it still do what you say it is? And so with the Bryant's Red Devils dogs, they were great show dogs, great conformation. All that was going good, but they was going the way of the Staffy. The American Staffy, where they wasn't really being worked. So lo and behold, what does Jennifer Bryant do? She went and got that old thing back. She went and got blood off of Camelot Raging Cajun, off of Camelot the Duke. She went and got Camelot Uzi White Paws. She tells you these are some of the dogs in the ancestry in the pedigree on the pedigrees of her dogs. She went back for the heat, man. The dogs Joe Corvino bred eventually became the American Staffordshire Terrier. They only changed the name on the American Staffordshire Terrier from American Pitbull Terrier to appease the fucking AKC. And the ADBA in its reclassification documents actually acknowledged the fact. The so-called American Staffordshire Terrier is 100% APBT genetics, game dog genetics, down from Joe Corvino and Earl Tudor, predominantly. You have to really look at, when you look at Killing Sid, right? When you look at Serona's Trouble, man, that's what you're looking for in dogs today. It's very hard to find that. Marty TV says, what do you think about the Amstaffs? I just told you. I just told you, Marty. Amstaffs are originally American Pit Bull Terrier blood. Now, you have to be careful. Again, right back to the original premise. You have to know who you're getting your dogs from. There is working staff blood. Tamasco, Toughtown. Watch those bloodlines, right? Because they have dogs that have actually been put to work. There are dogs in those bloodlines that are proven. So if you have the original genetics and you have the dog proven, then what you have is an American Pit Bull Terrier. and you breed it as such. And when we say proven, we are talking that the drive and the temperament need to be there on the dog. Because what happens when you condition a dog not to be aggressive, the dog becomes docile. And so the dog is no longer fit to be called a working dog. And to me, that is the big distinction with the Amstaff. Is it working? Is it working blood? Does it come off of working lines? And if it does not come off of working lines, what you have is a show dog. Please don't confuse that with what you're going to get from these Camelot dogs. Right? So now there's some staff bred into is old Camelot dogs are basically old family red nose, even the Peterson dogs, the Peterson McKenna stuff. The older you get, you'll find this. You'll find that it's old family red nose bred into working staff lines. You want working staff lines. I don't turn my nose up at no working dog. A dog doing what it was bred to do. And understand that, you know, just because they use the word pit bull doesn't mean every dog belongs in the pit. Should the dog be able to handle itself in all situations? Absolutely. Eli Mato says all those old timers use the old school Staffordshire in their blood. The Colby, Tudor, and Frank Henry red dog. Listen, does it get any older than that? Come on, man. Look at the dogs Con Feely was breeding. Con Feely started the ADBA. He's the founder of the ADBA. Where did he get his dogs from? What stock did he run? What did the American Staffordshire, or what was the American Staffordshire bred from? And it's funny how the very same purists, how these very same purists are so quick to run to a dog like Hollingsworth Bull. You can't tell them that's not a pure pit bull. They ain't never even questioned whether or not that dog was pure American Pit Bull Terrier. But if you put Hollingsworth Bull beside your average Colby dog, you're gonna be looking at two totally different fucking dogs, man. But you know, I don't know shit. I'm just, you know, I don't know nothing. I don't know shit. It's just, you know, it's that shit I be smoking talking. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Let's get real with it, y'all. Let's get real with it, man. Do you know I've had dogs split my eye open, split my lip open, just trying to jump up to give a motherfucker a kiss. The dog didn't mean nothing by it. I might have been bending over to tie my shoe or bending down, and motherfucker just hopped up and I just want to kiss you. They are affectionate to a fault. The power in everything, the motherfucking mouth hit my motherfucking eyebrow, split my shit wide open like I was just in a fucking boxing match. I've had it happen. Have you ever literally put your hand in a dog's mouth to break up a dog fight? To get one dog off of another dog, to keep that dog from killing this other dog? Literally. Let's go. Here, take this instead, nigga. And trust the dog enough that when you call him off of your hand, he's going to be able to let it go. You motherfucking right, I have. That's how I rock with my dogs. I was literally able to put my hand in Bull's mouth while he had hold of another dog and give him my hand to grab to get him off that other dog and keep him from killing that other dog. And then had enough confidence in him to look him in his fucking eye and say, all right, leave it, drop it. And that motherfucker let my hand go, never gave it a shake. Don't get me wrong, I had holes in my shit. But when I tell you, man, stop fucking playing with me, bro. We ain't talking to nobody who ain't been in the trenches with these fucking dogs, talking out his ass, who think he knows something about him. Assalamu alaikum, Abdul Kamal. White Rock from Earl Tudor, American Staff, came from the Pitbull. Listen, man, let's go, man. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. All of y'all should be on this fucking panel with me, man. I wish to God, let me try to post this shit, man. I want y'all to actually try to hop on here with me, man. Y'all got some very relevant shit to say, man. And I want to give y'all a voice in this, man. Let me see here. Where's that link? Where's that link? It says share the link. Oh, no, invite. Here you go. Copy to the clipboard. All right. Copied it to the clipboard. Let me know if y'all see this link in the chat. But yeah, man, you know, like, if it was just about, you know, somebody tried to suggest that I was training and conditioning my dogs for dog fighting. You know what I mean? The motherfucker hopped in there like, oh, and training for what, may I ask? Fuck out my face, man. Listen. Listen, man. If I was fighting dogs, man, all my dogs would be dead by now. To my shame, I've only lost one fucking dog, and that's Star. And so help me. If a motherfucker hadn't told me, it had just been straight out with me about that dog and how she was and her temperament, it would have saved me a lot of fucking headache. And it would have probably saved her life. So that's what I'm here doing with y'all now. I'm not going to sell you Hollywood Bullies Star. I'm here to tell you that Imperial Flame dogs are pit bulls. Treat them as such, always. Don't make the mistake of thinking that these dogs will not grab something and rip it the fuck to shreds. Do not make the mistake of thinking that these dogs are just going to quit and let go because you give a command and say, drop it, leave it. You're going to have to physically dominate the dog in order to get it to stop. Are you that gritty? Do you have that in you? Or are you just too fucking pretty? Motherfuckers talking about, oh, professional dog trainer, this professional dog trainer, professionally trained. Listen, bro. I can go get a dog training certificate yesterday by taking a fucking quiz online. I can get a fucking dog trainer certificate by filling out a fucking quiz online and have that shit mailed to me. And these are my accolades as a professional trainer. Bro. Show me work with dogs with attitude. Dogs that are alpha. Dogs that make you prove it. They like you well enough. They affectionate well enough. But in the right situation, will they really bow down to you? how much does that dog value you? That when you put your hand in its mouth and it's in bite mode, it's in straight motherfucking prey, it is tearing another fucking dog up. And there's no time to get a fucking break stick. You know, that's the thing that gets me about some of y'all. You know, these dogs do a lot of damage in a very short period of time. If you don't have a break stick on hand at the moment, maybe you got it in the equipment shed. Maybe that shit is maybe 20 feet away from you. But at this particular moment, can you really stop and let these dogs do what they gonna do while you go and get your tools and your equipment and come and handle your dogs? Nigga, them is your dogs. If they are yours, man. You belong to them, they belong to you. That means you get on a level of communication, understanding that this is what it is. This is how we rock. When I roll out of here, it's Team Imperial. Each of my dogs is a team member, and I take the role as coach. But I don't try to dictate to the superstar what to do. He's a superstar for a fucking reason. Indeed, indeed. Eli Matos said, give me a few, gotta let the dog out. Absolutely. Will Cormick asked how much your puppies cost. Mr. Cormick, I cannot honestly put a price on a pup at this point. Number one, I don't have a litter on the ground, right? I'm hoping to do a breeding this month. If that breeding takes, depending upon litter size, will depend upon what is available to the public. So what I would suggest is that you shoot me an email to imperialflamekennels@gmail.com. I will put your name on the waiting list, but I have to be honest with you. There are people who have been on that waiting list for at least 3 years. So if there's enough to go around, I'm going to definitely spread the love, but understand my dogs are my family, and I'm really, really very, very particular about where dogs go. So, Mr. Cormick, I welcome your inquiry. I welcome the opportunity to possibly do business with you. I would say shoot me an email, tell me a little bit about you, and I'll go ahead and I'll, respond back, man, and maybe we could, just get a better idea of where the dog may be going. Is that fair? Eli Matos, you back, bro. You ain't missed nothing. Dev Hardy laughing my ass off. Nothing, bro. Absolute. All right. Will Cormick says, big facts. God gave us dominion over animals for a reason. Indeed so. Mr. Cormick, again, I would say this. My particular position is that we are custodians of creation, right? We are custodians of creation, of all creatures. Man is unique in the sense that no other creature can use something as intangible as mind power to reach across a distance of 93 million miles and harness the energy of the sun, which is literally the source of our physical life on this planet. And we have taken that source and made it our servant, right? No other animal on the planet does that. Man is unique because he does not have the strength of a bear. He does not have the speed of the cheetah. He cannot fly like the eagle. He does not have the scent or hearing of a dog, right? Man, in terms of his sixth sense, today is underdeveloped, right? Where animals have a very strong instinct and so forth. So while we are not the most glorious of the physical creatures on the planet, we have managed to excel from the neck up, from the inside out. And this is what allows us to do what we do. So if there was a definition of man, I would say that definition of man is mind. Man means mind. Without mind, man is nothing. He's just another base animal. So that gift of mind, I believe personally, everything in creation has a degree of mind, intelligence to some extent. And so in working with your dog, in working with creation, working with other creatures, first take into account that spark of divine intelligence that exists in each of them. It will allow you to really hone in on that dog and help to cultivate its individual potential and capacity, as opposed to saying, oh, my dog is a pit bull. It should have a drive and be able to do this. My dog is a pit bull, so it should be able to do that. It should hit the slap mill, or it should hit the... Time out, time out. We're not thinking, we're following. My dog is intelligent. My dog is powerful. I can communicate very well with my dog. So I should be able to take my dog to Walmart, walk out with 100 pounds worth of groceries in a cart, and have my dog pull that grocery cart from Walmart to my doorstep, 15, 20 minutes away, through crowded streets where there are other barking dogs and traffic passing by in the middle of noonday heat. I should be able to do that. Go check my videos. This is not about cookie cutter shit. This is really about developing the fullest potential of the animal in front of you. I hate my day job because I don't get to spend as much time on developing my dog's intelligence as I do developing my dogs physically. I have literally jeopardized relationships with my female partners because I prefer to be on deck, at least where my dogs can kind of lay eyes on me, right? Because whether you realize it or not, your dog is always watching you. And I give y'all another tip. More than anything you say, more than your hand movements, your dogs watch your eyes. Your dogs watch your eyes. This is the reason why you will see that there are times when the dog is almost preceding you in something that you went to do. You ain't really made a physical gesture yet. You might have just looked in that direction and the dog is already moving. So when I say, and Abdul Kamal can understand what I'm saying when I say that there's a term that they use for man in man's role in creation, and that word is Khalifa, and it means that man is something of an agent of the Creator. He's here to handle the creator's business with the full power and authority of the creator. Now, I know this goes a little bit deeper than just dogs, but it really does go deeper than just dogs. This is the flame. This is the true flame. The flame is the torch of wisdom. The flame is the torch of the divine. And being able to recognize that in what's right in front of you. Eli Marto says people lost focus of what the breed was meant to do. Indeed so, man. The dog was supposed to be able to sit at your feet. The dog was supposed to be able to sit with your children. The dog was supposed to be able to go out and hunt. The dog was supposed to be able to grab a larger animal and hold it still. Hold it. While you came in and finished the animal off. The dog was never bred to strictly kill other dogs. And to me, that's where I have a problem with dudes screaming, game dog, game dog, game dog. There we go. All right, we in the building. Rhodes Kennels.
How's it going, brother? Salute, man. I've been right here listening the whole time,
Rhodes.
man.
What's good with you, bro?
I appreciate all the advice, man, that you're giving to the people, man. Salute. You already know, man. I'm right here listening all day, man.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you for hopping in, man. I'm gonna post this on.
I just finished using a little bit of that technique that you do with your boy Bull, man, with the flirt flow and everything. So the thing I want to say is people got to understand the breed before they try to talk about it.
Real shit.
Like these dogs, they'll put their life before anything to save you. Like
real shit.
The proof is in the pudding. Like I could show you my boy how he's in his kennel eating right now. I just finished doing the work with him. He's eating his 1 cup of kibble with the coconut oil right now. Look how this boy acts. I don't ever gotta tell him nothing. When I release him out the kennel, he already knows what to do.
Listen, man, they hit the ground looking to snatch and shake, B.
Watch this. Chaos, here. Search. Search. What's that, son? What's that? What's that, son? What's that? Good boy. Search. Let's go back this way. Good boy. Come here.
Tell us a little bit about the dog, bro. How's the dog bred?
This is my male Chaos. I produce out of my female Katana. He's a 50% Amstaff, 25% Razor Edge, and the rest is 15% Bull Mastiff. And you can see, you can look at this dog and you can tell that's how he's bred.
Absolutely. You can see the Mastiff in the dog. Like if you look at the head on a Bull Mastiff and you look at the head on, say, a Staffy, 2 different head types, right?
Yes, sir.
The Staffy's going to give you a cleaner look, right? A little bit more snout, right, in the muzzle. Whereas the Bulldog, the Bull Mastiff is going to give you a shorter muzzle, a little bit more of a rounded head than that big block, with the apple cheeks. You understand? So there's definitely a difference, man.
What'd I say? What did I say, son? Heel.
Will McCormick asks, okay, hold on. I'm missing some comments. Let me.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Pump 17 said, my dog's purpose was to chase hogs in the swamps and to catch intruders. 100%.
He's my service dog.
In a nutshell.
This is my service dog. I got PTSD. So that's what I registered him for.
So you can take him anywhere you go. That's a beautiful thing, bro.
Yes, sir. He go on airplanes, going any business, anywhere.
Yeah, and I need in on that. I need in on that.
Yeah, I could go ahead. You get in contact with me on Facebook at Rose Kennels, brother. You already know. I'll send you the link and everything.
Copy. Yeah, say less. I definitely will.
You already know. Oh shit! Let me flip this back around.
Will Cormick asked. He says, "What makes a Camelot pit bull different from a bully or a regular pit bull?" Pump
Honestly,
17 said, "I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro."
Honestly, I feel with the Camelot dogs, they're more pure than the bully. I would say they're more pure than the band dog. Just the way they're bred, bro. They're bred for performance. They weren't just bred for how they look.
Exactly.
So that's from my understanding. That's my say on it. You know what I'm saying?
I respect that. Pump 17 says, Will Cormick, Camelot dogs wasn't intended on being bullied. People crossed other blood into the line to create bullies.
Yes, I believe they do.
One of the major differences that you're gonna find between the Camelot pit bull and what's commonly called the bully is the drive in the dog, the temperament. Typically you can leave bullies out around each other. They should be able to play together, and even if something does break out, you should be able to separate them by yelling at them. Pretty much, hey, break it up, knock it off, go sit down.
Well,
and they'll respond to that.
I got a classic female here, and I have a pit, and I can't leave them loose together no more, brother. I'm not gonna lie about it.
But that's what I'm saying. The difference with the Camelot dogs, man, is that under no circumstances should you ever really like when I first got my dogs. A lot of the videos you see of my dogs working together in the yard at the same time and all of that.
Yes, sir.
Motherfuckers was telling me that these dogs were bullies, right? Like I wasn't expecting to have a dog with the kind of drive that the pit bull has, and to be a dog that has the size and the power that it had. And so to me, that's the major difference you have to understand between the Camelot pit bull and the bully. That the Camelot pit bull is always on go.
Come on, boy.
Always on go. And then the second thing with that is the dog is a stronger, more powerful dog than your typical bully or pit bull. And I say that because the muscle on most bullies is cosmetic, right? It was bred in genetically, but the dogs haven't been really worked to build that muscle, to make it real functional muscle. So you get these bullies being born and they look like they diesel and they look like they all that, but they die 15 minutes into being into the fucking 80 degree, 90 degree heat. That's not a healthy dog. And so with the Camelot pit bull, you have to understand it's a hardier dog. They work in the heat. They're as big as they are, the muscle on them is not cosmetic muscle. It's working muscle. These are big, powerful fucking dogs. A 4-month-old pup will drag you down the street if you are not careful.
Yes, sir.
And I mean that 100%, yo. The way Solo is pulling now, I definitely got to get him on his heel shit. I got to get him on his heel shit as quick as possible, because as he gets older, as he gets bigger, he gets stronger. He's already got the drive. He's going to take off after something, and he's going to leave me flat on my fucking face eating dirt. Not cool, B.
I love that boy Solo, too. I love how he acts right now as a pup, too, brother.
Yo, listen, man.
You're doing your thing, brother. Continue training how you train, man. Forget these haters. They going to hate regardless.
Absolutely. And you know what? I kind of like it because I'm a dude that's combative anyway. You understand? So I want a motherfucker to come at my head on some shit because I want to get on a motherfucker's head. That's just me. You know what I mean? Probably why my dogs act the way they act. You know what I mean?
Because your dog gonna show you, especially when you're around somebody. They're gonna let you know when they're not feeling that temperature.
G-Man said, is that a band dog, Rhodes?
His grandmother was a band dog, so because that's where the bull mastiff comes from. So I could say he's a band dog bully cross, brother. I could say that pretty
Respect
much. You
that.
feel me? Because his father was the M staff. That's where the M staff come from, that 50%. But his mother, she came from a bully, and his grandmother, the band dog. So that's why I say that's why it's. I set the percentages. That's why, you feel me? It's 50%, 50% M staff, 25% Razor Edge, and the rest is 15% Bull Mastiff.
That's what's up. That's what's up. But see, it's important to know how the dog is bred, to know the parents. You understand? Because that tells me, like, listen, this dog is handpicked. You understand?
Yes,
it's not like that.
Because I picked
even with Solo, with Raina, it was the same shit. Honestly, I did not intend to pick up no more dogs. I was just gonna chill with Bull and Henny until a certain point, and then I was gonna go ahead and get the dogs I wanted. But when Raina hit the ground, it's like, oh shit, I've been waiting for that fucking breeding for I don't know how long. I need that dog. I need that blood. Same shit with Solo. When Solo hit the ground, he was the only fucking pup in the litter. You goddamn right, I'm snatching that blood up. Ain't nobody else. Come on.
Yeah,
Go put it out, man.
I always want to ask you, where was you going to aim forward in your program? Were you going to use Bull first, or are you going to wait for Solo?
I'm gonna use Bull with Raina. Solo and Raina will probably never happen. Solo to Raina's offspring will happen.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Raina's being bred strictly for the Havoc animal line because that's the blood that she carries, right? So Bull is off of Havoc. Raina's father is off of Havoc. There's a dog that's off of Havoc's father, and that's likely who she's gonna be bred to next. After I do the breeding with Bull and Raina, that's gonna be 2 times Havoc. And then on the next breeding, those pups will be bred in with Raina to the other animal dog. You know what I mean? That's really like he would be her great grandfather.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's not her great grandfather, but it's the son of her great grandfather. That's
I'm about to try to create a line off of Chaos. One of the people I got, you remember my chocolate female I have?
Mm-hmm.
Her father is getting bred to his sister. So I'm gonna take a female out of that and run that to him. That's gonna be his niece. Take a female out of that and run that to Bossy. That's her nephew.
Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you really trying to make a business and a line out of that, bro, your best bet is to go ahead and register them as bullies. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, Bossy, she's a pit, so I'm gonna register her as a working pit bull. And then Chaos, he's separate line. He's an XL.
But what I'm saying is, see, once you present that, they're gonna cross them over to some bully shit anyway. You understand what I'm saying? The ADBA, they done got themselves in a jam by creating a lane that wasn't even in existence.
What you think about the UKC?
The UKC, to me, the ABKC kind of has the right idea because the bullies need their own lane, B. You understand? The UKC trying to put the bully almost in the same category as the pit bull, and then you end up having the same thing with, you know what I mean, on the other side. It don't work out, B. It don't work out. This shit is like, you know, you have people looking at the dog saying, oh, bully, 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 but not really understanding, bro, that just the physical attributes of the dog doesn't necessarily mean it's a bully.
Yes, sir.
And that confusion, like, I think the UKC and fucking, like, they should have just separated themselves from that shit. The ADBA should have said, listen, y'all want to create bullies? Them shits is going to be over there. You want to create a working pit bull dog? That's going to be over there. But don't put that shit all in the same registry and then try to say this is a pit bull registry. Because now you done created the mud in the water. You just put the mud in the water. You was created to clear the mud out the water. That's what the registry is supposed to do.
When I do go forward trying to register them, what you think I should do? Register them as a working pit bull, or should I just go forward with the bully?
I would say go forward with the bully. I would say go forward with the bully because number one, it's easier to register. You're developing your own line. Your dog's gonna have their own look. Work that. You know what I mean? So now you got a line. You create your business, put a brand to it. Your kennel is good. You understand?
I was gonna tell you too. Be looking forward to next week. I have Terrell Hall of Fame on the podcast.
Hall of Fame bullies.
Yes, sir.
I think I have a clip in one of my videos from Son, man, where he was breaking down. Somebody asked him, "What is a bully?" And his answer was so fucking telling, man.
He just did a video about the Camelot dogs, I think a day or two ago.
Get the fuck out of here, word. I gotta check that.
Go check it out.
I gotta
check it out, brother.
I gotta check that.
Yeah, that's what I do, brother. I sit here and I pay attention to what you guys say, bro. I observe, I study, and I try to put it into my program. You know what I'm saying? I try to do.
Let me ask you a question. What makes you want to breed?
I've been in these dogs since I was a kid, bro. It's all I've been around. You feel me? My dad he used to have game dogs, and then he started getting band dogs, and then he tried to get bullies. So once he got out of the game, I had to continue. You feel me? Because nobody else was going to do it.
Heard you. What is it that you want for your dogs?
I'm trying to create the ultimate working dog. You know what I'm saying? The best. I'm not here for the structure. I'm here for the performance. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for the healthy dog. I want a healthy dog.
Beautiful.
I feed my dogs at night. They eat one time a day. All they get is a cup of kibble. That's it. They get their raw feeding. They get their raw feeding here and there. That's about it. Chicken and beef, brother.
That's what's up. All right, let's grab some comments out the chat. Will Cormick asks, he says, "Where do you find Camelot pit bulls? I'm yet to see one where I'm at in Florida." Will Cormick, very good friend of mine, where I picked up my female from. Right. Hold on. She laying down right now. I'm not gonna fuck with her. But I picked her up from Hard Time Pits, brother by the name of Glenn Pittman. He's right down there in Florida. I'm pretty sure he has a litter on the ground right now of some bruiser blood. He's got some bruiser blood. I wasn't able to grab a pup of that right now. I just don't have the space for it. But look him up on Facebook and tell him Imperial Flame Kennels sent you, and he'll definitely understand. You know what I mean? That you are seriously inquiring, right? Don't go over there kicking no tires. The man runs a full-time business, and he's got I think he's got more than one litter on the ground, if I'm not mistaken, or he's got at least a couple of breedings going. So if you're serious about a dog, give Glenn Pittman a holler at Hard Time Pits Kennels. You can find him on Instagram, and you can find him on Facebook at Hard Time Pits, HRDTYME. All right, that's HRDTYME, Hard Time. All right, let's grab some more of these comments. Eli Mato says, "Hybrid, nice crossroads."
Tell him I said I appreciate that, brother. He on my podcast too.
Absolutely.
That,
Eli's around, man.
All platforms, we all stay tuned in, brother.
All right. J Rock asks, "How do you get a pit bull to let go?" That's the $1 million question, my nigga. That's the $1 million question. Listen.
Do you want me to try first before you go?
Shoot. Go ahead. Shoot your load, bro.
If you're the alpha of your pack, which meaning you're the pack leader of your dogs, nobody has initiated to become the dominant dog throughout your dogs. It should be all you have to do is yell at them. I really don't ever have to put my hands on my dogs. Once I grab one by the collar and I say, "Hey,"
that
means let go.
That's it. If
I gotta do anything farther than that, then that means it's break stick time.
Right.
Which I don't have a break stick, so I either grab something like a stick close to me or a broom, and I shove that up in their mouth real quick to get it up off the other dog.
Absolutely. Now listen, y'all don't see me do it, right? If you don't watch any of my videos, you don't see me like I don't, and not something I'm terribly proud of. But I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I once found myself in the middle of a Home Depot parking lot on a 90 motherfucking degree day, man, trying to separate 3 pit bulls from fighting. No break stick. Sheriff The county sheriff was on deck, the state police was on deck, and the local police was on deck. I didn't get arrested, my dogs didn't get taken, and I walked home bloody as a motherfucker, but with 3 dogs intact and in heel. So now, how do you get a pit bull to let go? Number one, you train that motherfucker from a puppy. And that is that like you teach that release command from the time from the time you touch that motherfucker. You teach that motherfucker release, leave it, drop it, whatever the fuck you want to do, whatever your command is, out. You teach that shit to your pit bull from day one. I can't stress that enough, because we like to play with our dogs. We like to see our dogs bite, but we have no way for the exit strategy, right? When you need that dog to release, the dog should be able to do so on command. Now, I'm going to qualify this statement. Very fucking important, J-Rob. If that dog is in the middle of a fight, it is not going to drop the other dog on command. I don't give a fuck what you say, what you yell, what you do, right? It is not going to respond to any fucking command if it's already in the mix.
And that means full blown lock.
Right. Even still, I put it this way: once my dog goes for another dog, there's no command I can give it. Ain't no ain't no stop, ain't no sit, ain't no down, ain't no wait, ain't none of that. Right. So my thing is, in order to save the other dog, I need to get my dog off that motherfucker as soon as possible. And I've seen that. I've almost lost the dog to bull. Right? So this is some real shit. What I had to do at that time was to literally grab both dogs by the collar and pull up until it shorted their wind. If the dog cannot breathe, it cannot bite. It will let go. Do not do that shit too long. You are cutting off the dog's wind when the fucking blood is circulating at a very high rate. That means you're cutting off oxygen to the brain. You're doing all kinds of shit. This is emergency shit. Other than that, train your pup from the very beginning to let go of shit when you're playing and exercising. But when it comes to the dog being engaged with another animal, whether it's hunting or whether it's actually in a dog fight, and see, hunting is different, right? Because if the animal is putting up something of a fuss, then the dog is in its right to keep fighting. Once the animal stops fighting, you should be able to have your dog let go, and that's it. The dog should only be in that mode when there is threat, right? When there's something engaging. So if you're not teaching that from a pup, you won't get that in the hunt, right? You just will not get that. The dog will think it has won a prize and it will keep that shit, right? It will not want you to take it from it. So you have to teach that from a pup. If the dog is engaged in a all blown out war and you're trying to get the dog off, get your breaking stick. Stop playing. Also be attentive to the fact whether or not that other person and their dog has a fucking handle and is able to control their dog. Because you may have to step in and control their dog too. And this is all shit I've been through.
Most people don't know how to handle a dog. Once the first time they see their dog get into an initiation, they go into panic mode.
I said this shit earlier, and I'm gonna say it again, and I'll say it 1,000,000 times. I challenge you to pull up 1,000 fucking videos on YouTube. Show me one motherfucker willing to get down on his hands and knees and separate his dogs with nothing but his fucking hands.
There ain't too many people out there.
You won't see a single pit bull attack, pit bull dog fight anywhere on the fucking web where those dogs were separated like that. You got people running up on the dogs, hitting them with broomsticks, garbage cans, all kinds of stupid shit. Baseball bats. Yeah. Like at the end of the day, man, this is some shit that if you're serious, don't even play. Don't play with it at all, man.
Like if you
Don't
really
play
love
with it
your
at all.
dogs, if you love
When
your
I had
dogs,
my dogs, motherfuckers didn't tell me them was pits. They didn't tell me I needed break sticks and shit like that. They sold me Star as Hollywood Bullies Star. Hollywood Bullies Star. That sounds so fucking Hollywood. It sounds so docile. It sounds so fucking cosmetic. That's a shame, yo. For what that bitch was, that bitch
you
belonged in the box.
you talking about the female that got into it with Bull in that video, right?
Right. That's the bitch you see swinging on the pole in the
She
trailer
doesn't
video.
really look like a bully. She's
Do you
too
understand
athletic.
what I'm saying?
She's too athletic.
Bro, Camelot throws it all. From
She has
her all the way up to
bullies.
100 pounds.
Bullies don't
Camelot
ever have prey
throws it
drive
all.
like that. Bullies don't ever have prey drive like that.
When you seen a fucking bully hit a motherfucking spring pole, man, and stay up there for hours just swinging. Just swinging.
Nothing.
Come on, man. So this is the shit I be talking about. This is why I'm so vehement and so fucking passionate about this bullshit with people coming on the channel screaming, bully, bully, bully. Yo, listen. Give me 1 second. Let me grab this comment.
Go ahead,
40
brother,
Street Black said, yo, Imperial, no disrespect. What you have, that Camelot bloodline, what has that Camelot bloodline won throughout history and made the history books? 40 Street Black, I can honestly tell you, the only thing that is on record that I'm aware of, 2 Camelot dogs, Slim Shady and Jack Boots. Look up Red Hot Jack Boots and look up Camelot Slim Shady, right? And you see that those dogs were accomplished dogs, and a lot of the lines that's carrying true Camelot come off those dogs, right? And the dogs that went into breeding those dogs. But 40 Street Black, I understand exactly why you would say that. I think it's important to also note that a great deal of what Art Sedaris, the pioneer and founder of Camelot Kennels, actually accomplished cannot be found because he was convicted of dog fighting. He was convicted of dog fighting and did time for it. So if you go to the UKC books, you won't even see Camelot Kennels in there. They completely wiped him out. They destroyed his professional career and reputation because he was convicted of dog fighting. So I don't know how much more validation a bloodline needs than the fact that the progenitor of the bloodline was actually convicted for box work. And I'm not gonna shit y'all. I've talked to people that knew that man, that were his neighbors, and they said shit to me like there was a dog on the yard called Ninja. And while Art would never go into detail about what Ninja did or anything about any of that, right? He had a very close neighbor that said he never knew the man for dog fighting at all, right? So that shows you the man was definitely being discreet about his shit. It shows you that when he got bit by a hand that was fucking close to him, right? But all of that aside, the dude said that the dog Ninja, Art described the motherfuckers like untouchable. Untouchable, B.
When you
and that's not a fucking dog, B.
When
So
you add me on Facebook, I'm gonna show you this dog I used to have. I was like 15 at the time. Maybe I was probably like 16, 17.
mm-hmm.
I had a dog named Wilson, all white red nose. Beautiful dog. He got about
Sound like Jax.
I want to say 120 pounds. If he wasn't 120 pounds, he's about 110.
Mm-hmm.
This dog could do anything.
Man.
This dog could do anything. Jump any wall, any fence, anything. He got in trouble hella times, and nigga went to the pound like 6 times because he couldn't stay in the damn yard.
And that's what you deal with, bro. Like these dogs, they got their own will.
Dog. You can have him chained up, he'll still get off the chain. No matter how tight you put the collar on his neck, he'll still get off. He has so much prey drive. Anything walking by the yard, man or beast, he will go after. But
Real shit, bro.
I seen you a video of me working him. I just took him for a 2 mile run, and I had him had him jumping the wall.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
Nice. At 110 pounds, man, that's the kind of shit you want to see in your dog, man.
That's
You want to see
what
your
I'm
dog
here
was able
for,
to
bro.
do that.
I like a big dog that can work. That's what I'm here for. I want a big dog that can work. It has to be able to hold his weight. You feel me? I can't send it in. If this dog is gonna protect me, this dog has to be able to protect itself.
Real shit. Real shit. There's no way in hell that dog can do anything for you if it's not willing to
If it can't
defend
even
his
hold his
damn
own
self.
ground. If it can't hold his
Right.
own ground, then it's not here for me. It's not gonna be here on my yard.
See, we got Rathgar Redbeard in the building. J Rock said, feed your dogs more than one time, bro. Just like you eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they should at least eat twice a day.
See, I
J
live in
Rock, that's not always the case, bro.
I live in California where it's 100 degrees. It's 100 degrees all day out here. The dogs can't eat during the day. So when it cools off at nighttime, that's why they only get 1 cup of kibble. That's why they only have a couple pieces of shit when I have to pick it up. I don't have to worry about picking up extra shit because I'm overfeeding them.
Real talk.
When you have a set feed, it's a set program. The dogs are ready when it's time to eat. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I even do dry day where the dogs don't receive anything all day.
Real shit.
But that helps my dog perform and be able to excel in anything I have to do. Anything I want my dog to do, it's going to excel.
So J Rock says, when they woke and almost before bed, or when they wake and almost before bed, J Rock said, all right. Jose Garcia says, feed them twice, morning and evening, especially if you're working them.
So when do you have time? When do you have time to work them when they have food on their stomach? You're not supposed to work your dog when it has food on the stomach. That's how you mess up your dog's digestive system.
Real shit. Real shit. You got to empty that dog first.
I'm only gonna be 24 in October, bro. I don't know everything, but I know enough.
You've been around them long enough. You understand. You understand the game how it go.
But this because I learned the game from people that been in the game before me. I hang out with older people for a reason, so I can learn.
Now, as far as like how I feed really, really like more or less by eye. You know what I mean? Like I'll look at my dogs and I see how they doing and how they looking, and I know whether I need to feed a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, or maybe it's time for a dry day. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I only do kibble with pups, and I only do that shit up to about 6 months old. I keep the kibble in. Usually, I cut kibble out at like 4 months old. About 4 months old, the dog is on a strictly raw diet, fucking with me. But
Okay.
I keep the kibble in Solo's food because he just looks like he's gonna be he's gonna have a lot more mass.
He's
right?
gonna have more mass than Bull.
Yeah. I expect him to actually get heavier than Bull. If I ain't mistaken, he may have maybe end up having about a good 10 pounds on Bull at the least. So with that said, I keep the kibble in his food because right now he's eating more than both grown dogs, right? If I start them out with a leg quarter first thing of the day, and that's just to get the grumbles off their stomach, boom, boom, boom. And that's usually after they've been out, emptied, worked, and then they eat. You know what I mean? Most people get up, they feed their dogs right away. I don't do that simply because I want the dog to empty when I work it. I go work the dog, bring the dog in, and then put in what the dog needs in order to recover and rebuild, right? So in that first feeding, a lot of times all they getting is a leg quarter. That's just to hold them for a minute. You know what I mean? And so Solo, he could eat 2 leg quarters by himself and still look at you like, where's the rest, nigga? So I don't play that game. You know what I mean? I'll go ahead and I give him his kibble. You know what I mean? Like, give him his kibble, give him his leg quarter. He's good for the time being. He will still eat 2 to 3 times a day. Even at 4 going on 5 months, he still eats 2 to 3 times a day. And as you can see, like, he's not no roly-poly type pup. You don't see his stomach swollen and all of that and him waddling and all that like you would expect a pup to be, right? No, that motherfucker's lean. He moves. He's gonna be a big dog that moves very well. So, you know, you got to feed that. You got to feed that. Pups are constantly growing, developing. So I feed that. As far as the adult dogs, they will get a second feeding if they are worked that day. If I give them the day off, then all they need to eat is that one time a day. You know what I mean? Now, if I work them, you know, I work them once in the morning and then take them out again in the evening, especially in the summertime. So when it gets to be late evening or whatever, I let them go out, get a little work in or whatever, bring them back in. And then before I shut down for the day, I'll feed them one last time. So they go to bed with something on their stomach that's rebuilding muscles and all of that. You know what I mean? But other than that, if the dog is not working, there's really no need for me to feed twice in a day. I may feed one good meal that includes, you know, a leg quarter, some ground beef, some fish, some organ meat, and then, you know, each dog is different. So each dog get their little different supplements and shit like that. But yeah, I mean, the basis of my diet is leg quarters and ground beef. So everything else kind of goes up around that.
That's what I stay with in my freezer, man.
Gotta have it, bro.
Gotta have them leg quarters.
Real shit.
And just like you said about that beef, brother. I know that fish, it cleans out their system.
And it has the omegas in it. You know what I mean? The omegas in the fish oil is good for the not only is fish good brain food, but it's also good for the coat and it's good for the skin.
My wife do this shit.
B-Man asked, are American bullies basically band dogs? Are they basically band dogs too, but without a prey drive? No, G-Man. American bullies are not basically band dogs. Depending upon what American bully you're talking about. A lot of American bullies today are actually hybrids. They're crossbreds. They're there you go. What's that? The 73% or 80%?
This is that 73-27.
Right. So the 73-27, that's excellent in the winter. I switch over in the summertime to the 81-19. That really leans them out, allows me to see them ribs, and I know they're getting more protein than fat. You know what I mean? I don't worry too much about fats in the summertime. The fats are more for the winter.
See, when I raw feed, they only get raw, that's it. They don't get nothing else.
Right. When you know, like I said, I'm not even a fan of kibble, man, after they get grown. To me, a dog, you know, kibble is a filler. It's a filler itself. And
have you heard of the Penny Newman meat base?
Penny Newman, what?
Penny Newman meat base. It's a dog food.
Nah, never heard of it.
Yeah, it's Penny Newman meat base. It has no cornstarch in it. It's pretty much a meat-based dog food.
I never even heard of it. I mean, where they sell it at? Where you get it from?
Like you get it at a feed store, like a regular pet store.
Okay, I'll look into it. But I tell you honestly, once I started feeding raw, and the purpose of feeding raw is for the dog's body to get the maximum possible nutrition, right?
Because it's more
And there's
natural.
nothing that does that for the dog's body like raw meat.
It's
So
more natural.
when you understand what the purpose of the dog excreting is, right? When the dog shits, the whole purpose is, well, this is what the dog's body could not use, right? So when you feed raw, you see that the dog's shit is very, very minuscule. It's very small. Like if you used to see my dog bullshit, you would swear I don't feed my dog. Like we walk by, he can sit there and shit right in front of somebody. We'll walk away and they'll look at me like, where did your dog just shit? Because the pebbles come out small, hard, very formed, and they're very, very compact, tight, and very small. When the dog is working, it's using all of that meat, right? And so what it puts out is very little. When I feed the kibble, I notice the dog's stool is big, it's fluffy. There's a whole lot more that the dog is pushing out, which means there's a whole lot that the dog's body is not using. It's in there for nothing. And that bothers me, right? Because when I see my dog moving sluggish, my dog ain't quite moving right. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't even Solo as a puppy with that kibble in him, he's a lot heavier than when I just feed him raw. When I feed that boy raw, he's hyper, he's ready to go. But man, that kibble, he kind of, if I bring him out in the heat, he's slow, he dragging, he really don't want to go nowhere. Throw that motherfucker leg quarter, man. He up and running. He trying to chase something. He trying to find something.
I understand.
So it's definitely different in the diet. Again, for calorie intake, puppies need that. You know what I mean? But even still, I see him pushing out a lot more than his body needs to have in it.
Okay.
You want a puppy to have more than it needs. But once that dog becomes an adult, you want that body operating at true economy, real efficiency. So the dog takes in what it needs, gets rid of the rest, and is off and running, right? There's no such thing as I got to wait for the dog to eliminate and then wait 3 hours again before I work the dog. I know that once my dog eliminates, I can work him through, and the warm-up will get his a second elimination, and that dog is empty. Now we can work. Let's get it. You know what I mean? But it's definitely one of them things where I don't, the kibble, I just don't like what it does to my dog's stomach. I don't like what it does to their attitude, to their whole energy level. They just become heavy dogs, heavy lethargic kind of dogs, and I don't like that in the dog.
Okay. What do you think about the apple cider vinegar?
Always in the dog's water. Always in the dog's water.
I put a capful in the water.
Absolutely. And it's good as a spray on the coat. The thing about the apple cider vinegar is the bugs don't like it.
I used to bathe them in it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can definitely do that. I try not to do it too often because it is a vinegar, so it cuts through oils, and the dog's coat is supposed to produce certain natural oils.
When I was bathing them with the apple cider vinegar, I do it one time a month.
There you go.
Then I hit him with I hit him with the flea and tick soap.
That's more than sufficient. See, that right there is like with the apple cider vinegar, it's considered a superfood, right? It's considered one of those things because it has multiple benefits. So not only does it keep fat cells down, it also gives a certain sheen to the coat. You know what I mean? And that's when the dog is consuming it internally. And it also helps to cut through oils so you can bathe the dog in it, remove parasites, and it's very good for parasites internally and externally. Okay. For some reason, bugs just don't like this shit. They don't play that.
I notice. I notice no flies in their area, on their chain setups, or in the kennel.
It's a very serious thing. Don't fuck with.
That's also because I pick up every day. I come out, I pick up every day, and I spray the area.
And that's key, yo. That's key. You don't even, dog stench is just hard to get rid of. You got dogs, you're gonna smell dogs. So when you have shit and piss on top of that, and a lot of people get lazy about picking that kind of shit up. I'll be honest, I'm a lazy motherfucker. So I love the benefits of raw. When that dog shit and it's next to nothing, if I walk my dog down the street and it's shit off in the grass somewhere. Ain't nobody complaining about that. Ain't nobody stepping in that. Like it's not a public obstruction. You understand? Now, do I keep a bag with me? Absolutely. You understand? Because it's the proper thing to do. But if I'm working the dog or I'm walking the dog and I don't have a bag with me, the dog shit, it's not a big deal. And if I gotta pick it up, it's not a big deal. I could take a fucking sandwich bag and pick up my dog's poop and discard that with no problem. So
See,
that's the kind of shit.
The way I feed, I don't have to worry about that picking up so much shit. It's just a couple turds. So I'm gonna get that out the way now before it adds up.
Exactly. And a lot of times we raise our dogs based on our own lifestyle and our own preferences. Shit, if I don't need the dog up at 10 o'clock in the morning, then I'm gonna make sure I put the dog on a fucking schedule that says you don't get up at 10 o'clock in the goddamn morning, right? My thing with like certain shit is dudes try to do a little bit too much, right? Especially when it comes to so-called game bred dogs, the box dogs. They doing all this extra shit with a dog that's already very heartily bred, right? The dog already has natural motherfucking resiliency against a lot of shit. So sometimes, and I do this for this, and I do that for that, and I do this for this, and I do that for that, and I do this. Time out. Don't complicate the issue, right? Don't do extra shit. Understand the threats. Understand what your dog is facing: fleas, ticks, parasites, all that kind of shit. All of those are very real threats to a dog, and you take measures against that shit. But to sit there and act like you have to spend $10,000 on 90 different chemicals in order to make sure your dog is no, fuck all of that. If you got to do all of that, then something wrong.
It take a couple things.
System, right, should be hardy enough to survive. My pups, it's nothing to put them, like, once they come off the titty, to get them started on the raw. It is absolutely, my pups look for it. Raina came in. I had Raina on kibble. Man, the first time I let that bitch get around another dog's bowl, she snatched the motherfucking meat right out of that shit, went and took that shit and rocked it. And this is a dog that had never had meat in her life.
See, when I wean the pups off the mother, I wean them about 4 weeks, and that's when I give them raw and I deworm them.
Absolutely. It's to me, it's a thing where the apple cider vinegar, you got to be careful with pups because their gastrointestinal systems are not fully developed.
I use the actual dewormer. I go and get the actual dewormer for the
right,
dog.
Exactly. Put something to actually put in their food. Garlic is another popular dewormer.
That's what my dad taught me. You cut it in half.
As long as you expose it, you can actually. I've had dogs that had diarrhea. Give them a garlic clove and a dry day, they lock up. You know what I mean? Next time they pass that stool, that thing is locked up. And I put the garlic clove in their mouth whole. Just took the whole thing, bum, right on the back of their throat.
Make sure they swallow it.
Shove it right down their throat.
That's what I learned from my pops with the game dogs.
That shit literally, when like you see the difference, like it does something that it just brings everything back to what it's supposed to be. So exactly. I don't feed the garlic clove every day. Some people say that you could.
You do it one time a month.
Like necessary to do that. I do it a little bit more often than that. I'll do it more like once a week, but that's just to make sure that everything is flowing smooth and everything is doing what it's supposed to do. I feed my dog apples. I don't like those fucking snacks that they give for dog training treats. Okay. So I train with apple bits. The dog training treats always turn my dog's a stool to pure mush. I turn around, my dog is in a kennel panting.
I was using peanut butter.
Peanut butter's not bad so long as it don't give up that runny stool. I hate runny stool.
Well,
soft stool. That stool need to be hard as this motherfucking. You know what I mean?
The way I feed, I'm consistent. I'm consistent with my feed, so I don't have to worry about that. If I see runny stool, that means there's something wrong with the dog. Right, exactly.
But soft stools is just not a thing I do. I need to see that stool hard and compact,
dark,
and Right. Exactly. Well, sometimes like when they eat
Yeah, they eat bones that
the
come out right.
the fucking ribs, the fucking country style ribs. I
That's what I'm
get like a
saying. Like the bone,
big rack
it'll
of
come
country
out. It'll
style
come out
ribs.
white. It'll come out
Right.
white.
Exactly. You see it go a little lighter because of the bone. But yeah, for the most part, that stool should be dark. It should be compact, and it should be hitting in solid, you know, like almost pebbles. That's what I look for. I look for my dogs to push out pebbles. Now, anything other than that, yeah, we got a problem, and we need to correct some shit. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. You got
As
some
far as
comments, fam.
what we got here,
You stacking up.
yeah. I'm getting ready to go in, B. So American bullies are not basically band dogs. American bullies have been crossbred, scatterbred, but they're supposed to have pit bulls at their base. Many of them now have bulldog crossed into them or mastiff crossed into them. So with an American bully, it is difficult to say exactly what it is. And shout out to Rhodes Kennels, man. You know, he said he got the Hall of Fame bullies guest coming soon. He and the dude Hall of Fame bullies actually answered that question one day, and I took a piece of that video and I put it in another video I did, man, because he said flat out, man, we don't know what it is. We don't know what
Because
the
they're crossed with the way people were breeding, bro. They were taking pits to masters, bro, and then trying to take it to take them to bullies. And
they bred these pits with French bulldogs.
they did
breed
that.
American Staffordshire to French and
I know
English
people,
bulldogs.
I
Dogs
know
that
people
carry
in the
them.
bully game right now that are doing that right now in the bully game. They're taking
Yes.
they're taking French bulldogs to their micros or their pockets.
And this is what they call in the American bully, bro.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not using no bulldog, bro. I want a dog that could actually move and can breathe. You feel me? This motherfucker
listen,
gotta be
man,
able to pull me on a skateboard or a
you're gonna
bike.
fuck around and your dog is gonna die.
Exactly.
When my dude rolled up on me that day, this was just, I couldn't have been a month ago. My nigga rolled up on me and told me, said, yo, man, my nigga just lost 3 of his dogs. We just lost 3 dogs. What you mean you just lost 3 dogs? They was outside for 15 minutes, man. They caught heat stroke. Yo,
what?
bro. Yeah.
I'm out here in 100-degree weather, bro. This boy, he can live out here. He's good.
Bro. That nigga told me that
when
shit.
I take him for a walk, when we come back, he sits for 10, 15 minutes before I even let him touch water.
That's serious shit, yo. When I take my dogs out, I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem. Like, they'll move a little bit slow. If it's really hot, they'll drag ass a little bit.
I want him to
once
recover.
They get going, I
want him to learn how to recover. You know what I'm saying? Recover on his own.
Absolutely.
Because what that's going to do is build up his stamina.
Absolutely. The funny shit with this is that like when I work my dogs, we always out and about. So they have to have a recovery period before they touch water. Right? They don't get no water till we get back to the lab. If it's a real scorcher, I keep a bottle of water with me in the bag. You know what I mean?
I wait till we get home. When we get home, you're gonna sit for 10, 15 minutes. Then I'll let you go ahead and get that water. But you gotta recover first.
See, when it really depends. I really gotta watch my dogs because they don't stop themselves. You know what I mean? Like, and they don't tell very well. You know what I mean? So if I'm running Raina, right? I got her on the bike beside me, whatever. If I stop and she automatically just drops straight down to the ground, that's when I know that bitch done worked. But other than that, while we going, she's not giving me no signs that she's struggling or that she did none of that. Like, she's just gonna go and do whatever's being done. Whatever's being called for, that's what the fuck she's doing. So I gotta really pay attention. I gotta see if that tongue is hanging. And a couple of times I done caught myself where the dogs is about to fucking overheat on me, simply because I didn't catch it right.
See, with his mother, I used to be able to take her for 6-mile runs when she was young. From I want to say 3 months up to 6 months, I used to be able to take her for 6-mile runs. Once she got about 18 to 2 years, that's when I had a problem with heat strokes. I had 2 heat strokes with her, but it was easy for me to get her to recover because all I did was wet her with the water. I didn't let her drink no water.
My thing is, understand how an organism works, right? In
Yes,
your
sir.
body, you have cells, right? Those cells are really closer to plant life than they are to animal life.
Yes, sir.
All single cells, all simple cells, all plants thrive primarily on water. When there is not enough water in the system, the blood is not flowing as it should. The
Just like our
veins begin to constrict, and it cuts off oxygen flow to the brain.
that's because our bodies
This
is
is
made out of
why
90% water.
this is why when you see a dog going into heat stroke, going into heat shock, it's almost like it blanks out. It's gone. It's done.
It's like the dog doing a seizure or something. It just starts shaking.
Exactly. Because this has been cut off. So it is important to get some water in that dog. When you see that dog frothing at the mouth like that, and it's like time out. Time out. If the dog is doing too much,
ain't it best to give him Pedialyte first, or lemon juice?
Anything with some nutrients in it, anything with some calories in it, right? Because when a dog is running, basically, especially once the dog is empty, what we're saying is that you're gonna run on what's in here, and that's it. Once that's gone, then the body starts turning on itself. That's where you really start burning fat, because what's really happening is the body is turning in on itself. Okay. So when there's heat exhaustion and a lack of water, that lack of hydrogen in the body will literally cause the cells to constrict. It'll cause the veins to constrict. It'll slow up the flow of blood and cut off circulation to the brain. And when that happens, the dog can't think, can't function. Like there's nothing that the brain is telling the rest of the body to do. And that's where that shit comes from. So anything that you get in that dog at that point can't hurt the dog. Anything you get in the dog. Yeah, we like to do the Pedialytes and make sure that there's electrolytes that are actually speaking to what minerals the dog has lost. But any calories you can get in that dog at that time, water, and water doesn't even have calories. But if you can get that in the dog and start getting those cells to literally start digesting water again, blood flowing again, you got a better chance of saving that dog. And that's some real ass shit. Like, Bull was the first fucking dog that taught me, like, fuck what the dog is doing and saying. Stop the dog every so often, man, and just check. Really, stop the dog, man. Stop him. Don't just let the motherfucker go, because these motherfuckers here, they go and they go and they go and they go and they go.
Continue going until their body croak over.
Right. Next thing you know, the dog is on the side shaking. No. Don't let that happen.
See, the first time, his mom was the second dog it happened.
Easy, boy.
But I had a dog, I want to say I was like 15. I had a female. She was a blue brindle. And this shit happened with me one time with her and one time on a summer day. I was like, what the fuck? Because usually we go bounce out. We just go bounce out. You feel me? Go do what we do. You feel me? We coming back through the field, right? Literally right across the street from the house. That she flops over. I hurt and pick her up and rush her to the front yard, and I just turn the water hose on, and I just let it run on her. You feel me? And she started coming back to her body.
Real shit, man. It's
a
scary fucking thing,
I already had 3 scares with this shit. This is with a dog before his mom, and then his mom.
Real shit.
So like,
I don't want to get too far off topic with this. We just trying to answer a question for you, G-Man. We don't know what American bullies are today, right? If you're really looking for some good American bully lines, you know what I mean? Like where the dogs pretty much have
the original look,
respectable pedigrees, right?
You could go to Pratt Pitts.
Right. There's a few motherfuckers.
Terrell actually has some stuff
Depends on your
available.
price point. You know what I mean?
Terrell has some stuff available right about now too, a working man price.
So, you know what I mean? There you have it. And that's Hall of Fame bullies, right?
Yeah, Hall of Fame bullies. He has a couple
So-
males available, male pups.
I always suggest do your homework. Depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a dog without a prey drive, make sure you get it from a breeder
who's
deals with that kind of dog. If you're looking for dogs that have that prey drive, predominantly you're gonna be talking to people, man, that still got that razor's edge type, stuff in their shit and all of that.
Another camp is Illinois Kennels.
Illinois Kennels. You know what I mean? I don't know a whole lot about the bully game, so you know what I mean.
They got some of that old school blood still too. I'm just speaking about the old school blood. I'm not talking about the new blood. Right.
So those are a couple of camps that you can go check out, G-Man. You know what I mean? If you really looking for something that that fits with your lifestyle. You know what I mean? Depending upon what you're trying to do. Hold up. Let me get some more of these here, man. Wrathguard Redbeard said, my dogs get fed once a day in the evening, right before it gets dark outside. My
Just
dogs
like
are outside yard dogs, and feeding them right at nightfall also helps keep the birds from eating their food. Okay.
Just like he said. That's right there. Keep that Acola away.
Real shit. Master Hotep said, my issue with kibble is the calorie, protein, fat content varies way differently from brand to brand. That's true as well. Everybody got their own recipe for that shit, yo. Kelly says, what do you think about hemp seed oil for dogs? Do you use it? I've never used hemp seed oil on my dogs. What would be the benefit?
I use coconut oil.
Coconut oil is definitely an old school trick. That's not an old school trick, an old school tip. Yeah, coconut oil is good all day long. The dog can ingest that and it can go on the outside of the dog.
Yeah, I put 2 teaspoons in their food.
Okay. Let me see something here. Let me make sure. Okay, 40 Street Black wants to know. Okay, damn, Eli checked out on us. Damn, my bad, Eli. We missed you. Good night, my brother. God bless.
God bless, Eli.
Wrathguard Redbeard is in Oklahoma. Shout out to Oklahoma, hot and humid. He said it's hot as hell out there. You're gonna love trying to raise these dogs. Wrathguard Redbeard says, back in the day, any real dog man who had any real bulldogs on his yard always had a break stick on him or very close by, just in case.
Yes, sir.
Master Hotep says the word you're looking for is versatility. Absolutely. That describes Camelot in a nutshell. Pump 17 said that red hot blood is something serious. 40 Street Black says, thanks all day, bro. Can a man eater be dead game? Ears natural or cropped? All right. Can a man eater be dead game? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If a dog is willing to go to its death to complete that task, that's a dead game dog. And it doesn't matter whether or not that dog is engaging a man, is engaging something on 2 legs, 4 legs, or otherwise. You understand? If the dog is willing to go until it quits, or rather until it drops, you know what I mean? Till its heart quits, then shit, that's a dead game dog. Ears natural or cropped? Yeah, depends on the dog. Sometimes I feel like battle crops are a little too close to the skull, allow too much shit into the dog's ears. Whereas floppy ears, there's nothing really wrong as far as I see with floppy ears. unless you roll in a dog, it makes the ears easier to grab, and that's predominantly the reason why ears were cropped. Right? I mean, if I'm keeping it funky, that's what it is. You know what I mean? It was never about the look or the aesthetic of the dog. The ears were cropped because the dogs were being fought, and it kept the other dog from being able to grab the ears and control the dog's head by grabbing the ear.
Yep.
But you know,
It make the dog be smarter and figure out what to grab something else.
that's definitely a preference. I like my females pretty much with their ears, males without. I don't know, but I've had it both ways. You know, I've had my males keep their ears and cropped my females. So, you know, and I'm not really particular either way about that. You know what I mean? To me, is
chaos. I was going to get his ears cropped, but the person, I kept hitting them up, and they wasn't really responding back. So I was like, shit, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. It's nothing really major to me. You feel me? But my dad, he always believes the female should keep their ears. So with Bossy, I wasn't worried about ever clipping her ears ever.
Yeah, I never really pressed for it. Some vets won't do it. They consider it inhumane, or they consider it contributing to the dog fighting thing. But me personally, I give less than a damn one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like it don't make a difference to me whether dog has the ears clipped or not. I'm more concerned that the dog is healthy, dog is functioning and developing as it should. You know what I mean? Fulfilling its purpose, and the dog is reasonably happy and, you know, vibrant. You know what I mean? To me, everything else is, if the dog is feeling good about itself, it's gonna look good regardless. You know what I mean? That's just the thing with that.
A confident dog that could perform.
And he said, "What is this? Porter times what?" All right, 40th Street Black. I don't know what that second part, what the third part of your question was, but that handles that ears thing, man. I think a lot of people make too much of it, man. I don't think it's really that much of an issue. But the hemp seed oil for the dogs, I will definitely look into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the hemp oil. I actually used to use the hemp oil for my hair, and I'm not even gonna lie to you, brother. That it used to do good stuff for my hair. It was too. It didn't matter how much you put. You could put as less as you want. It still would be hella oily. You get what I'm trying to say?
Heard you. I was just checking this motherfucking comment here about the hemp nectar.
Bro?
But like, so with anything, right? Like, you got to be careful. Like, too much medicine is poison.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And a lot of times, like, we tend to, like, somebody say that this is the key to this, and we just dive into that, like, yeah, you know, nah,
let's try it.
You gotta phase it in. Yeah, you gotta phase it in. The body, and it's something that I'm still learning, even about my damn self.
Well, us as melanated people, we're outside a lot, so of course, when we sweat, it's gonna show. Either if you're putting grease in your hair or you're putting wax, whatever you're putting in your hair, it's gonna show.
Well, the pores actually breathe.
Yes, sir.
Right? The pores actually breathe. So they have a function almost similar to that of the lungs. So, like, one of the reasons, like, you see me go bald is because I learned a long time ago. I used to have 360 spinning in my shit, right? And, you know, you had to put that Dax in your shit and all of that, and brush your shit, and, you know, keep your shit laced. And yeah, shit was fly as fuck, but it was clogging my pores.
I feel you.
Clogging the shit out of my pores.
You wasn't
my skin
receiving.
didn't breathe.
You wasn't receiving.
Right. It was looking good, but it wasn't healthy. right? Now, some dudes, they could do that and it don't clog the pores, right? Some dudes have a grade of hair that all that rocks with. The fact of the matter is, anything in taken to extremes is gonna cause a problem, right?
Yes, sir.
If motherfuckers is taking half a bottle of Dine and dumping it in the dog's food, that's not
You
gonna
shouldn't
work,
be doing that anyways.
right? You know what I mean? Like there's just certain shit you don't
That's
use
for
Dine
one.
as
That's too much.
the
Too much.
meal, right? Dine is a supplement to the meal and to the elements of the meal, and you should
shouldn't be
know
giving
why
your
you're
dog.
adding it.
You shouldn't be giving puppies supplements until they get past 24 months of age, because you got to think about that bone growth. If
And
you're
that's the
giving too
whole
many
thing.
supplements, the bone's going to grow too fast to where it's not going to grow at a natural
Depending
rate.
upon what type of supplement you was talking about. Now that's what Master Hotep was saying. He said if the stool is too hard and crumbles easily, that means there's too much calcium. So you definitely got to be careful with the minerals. Like that shit right there is like I have the red cell with the iron in it, right? The red cell with the iron in it. You can only put that in the moderations. Dogs don't even like the taste of it. Number one, it was really designed for horses, but dudes go at that shit like that's the goal, right? Like this is gonna make everything straight. Just dump this in there. And I've seen dudes do that, man, and puppies show up knuckling over.
So what do you think about B12?
If the dog needs it, right?
Yeah.
If the dog is being worked to that extent,
I'm talking about
needs
older
B12.
dog wise.
An older dog can like Bull, I could put him on he could do a half a multivitamin a day, no problem. If I put him on a full fucking multivitamin and some B12, I got dead dogs on my hands. Guaranteed. It's too much for him.
Too much.
That's what happened that day on the yard with Star. He had a full fucking multivitamin. There were 2 females in heat, and that motherfucker didn't know how to dial it back. I was having problems with him from early that day. The nigga had literally busted open one of the motherfucking cages. Now, this is a dog I done had for 6 months. He been cool. That motherfucker literally busted open the motherfucking cage like, I'm gonna do this.
So damn. So what should I do about this nigga then? Because I never gave this nigga B12 ever. And someone said I should give it to him. But this nigga, he would take this kennel gate. He'd take this kennel door off the hinges.
Okay. 40 Street Black said, thanks, brother. Good podcast. I see you know some things, Imperial. What you read Stratton book? Nah, bro. Nah, I lay hands on these dogs, man. He said, LOL. Okay, I'm out. I'm gone. Peace out, 40 Street Black. Appreciate you stopping, falling through, bro.
No doubt.
With you, man.
No doubt.
Real shit, man. Like let me see something. Straight cut and paste from the place, but I buy my raw feed from, and it's a lot longer, obviously, but I can't fit it all in. Oh, okay. So Kelly talking about that hemp seed oil, and I guess something in the food. I don't know. I never tried it. I will definitely try it. It says with an ideal ratio of omega-3s, 6s, and 9s, and all 20 amino acids. Along with what? Vitamin something. Yeah, along with V something. So again, I'm real careful about trying to do a whole lot of extra, right?
Yeah, we try to keep it to the basics.
To me, Solo was losing weight, right? And I know that Dime provides calories, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't like to see all of a young dog's ribs. There's no way in hell I should be feeding you all this fucking food, and I'm still seeing so much of your fucking ribs. Yes, so, sir. Yeah, I sprinkle a little Dine on his food, right? Make sure that he's doing okay with that. It's not changing his digestion or his excretion. Making sure all of that is still the same. Nothing should be dramatically changed by my adding this Dine to his food. If suddenly he's acting different, then I've done too much, right? I'm not doing it in moderation. I'm not phasing it in, right? Like before you run the dog, you hand walk the dog, right? You phase shit in. And that to me is like the biggest mistake I see a lot of motherfuckers make. They in such a rush for their dog to be what they hope it'll be as an adult. They trying to see that in the puppy now, and they just dumping shit, you know, and I'm gonna put this in there for this and that. This. Honestly, if the dog is struggling, right, and this is part of the whole conditioning thing, like you take an older dog like you got, and you say, all right, this dog, you know, I put him on the bike with me, man. He runs 15 minutes flat out, full speed. Then he starts to slow down. And he's still running at a nice clip, but he's not doing flat out full speed no more. And he'll keep that pace maybe for another 20 minutes. And then maybe he'll break down into a trot. And he breaks down into this trot, and he'll hold that trot for another 10 or 15 minutes. And then he's ready to go again. Knowing that about the dog will tell you whether or not you need to add B12.
You're supposed to pace them first, then have them go full speed.
Well, my thing is this. If you want, I'll put it this way. If I'm in the wild and I'm hunting, right? We run across some coyote. That's not a pace. They got to be ready to, number one, run, number two, catch, and number three, bring it down. And they got to be ready to do that on a moment's notice. So I don't mind, you know, I don't mind when we get out there and I open the field up to them, get it. You know what I mean? I don't mind them going ahead and understanding, like, yeah, man, get to it, release that motherfucking energy, because you're gonna need to be able to do that and more. And then after I have them do that, they get rid of that initial, you know, that what I call it's almost like breakfast, right? They get in a breakfast run. And once that's complete, then we get off and we say, all right, let's grab the flirt pole, or let's throw the weight chain on, and now let's work. But that initial burst, I'd like to see that go for like 15, 20, 30 minutes, man. I like to see that really extending as the days go, because that tells me, man, that, you know, when we hit the field, they're going to be able to perform and they're going to be able to finish. And that's critical. And they got to be able to do that at a moment's notice. They got to be able to, you know, you see it, boom, hit it.
So what do you think about this method? I try to teach him the skill of pacing himself. So when I tell him to go off full throttle, when I say full throttle, that means change the pace. That means hit him with everything. Hit him where it hurt. That's why I try to teach him the pace, like teach him the skill of it, so he can know to be smart what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Use his mind.
Well, see, I'm predominantly raising catch dogs.
Yeah.
And so when I
want him to be able to, I want him to be able to go long distance.
I am, like, when I'm walking my dogs, I'm imprinting them in the things that I want them to do. Like when we go out tonight, it's late night. When I take them out tonight, they're gonna go hunting. Literally, they're gonna hunt. And the way we hunt is not so much where they go flat out at night. Quietly, we creep. But they gotta be ready to go. When they hear it, I don't stop. They out.
Yeah, I send them.
You understand? So that energy level needs to be there from go. You know what I mean? And they have to be able to go ahead, get whatever that is, and bring it down. I don't want to hear no shit, right? When I get there, all I should have to do is finish it. If they, you know, obviously anything smaller than them, they got that. Anything their size, I expect them to have that, right? But let's say they should manage to catch up with a deer. I don't expect them to have that. A deer will kick the shit out of a dog.
Hell
you know
yeah.
what I mean? That's not some shit to play with. So in those instances, you can't even really teach them to track that deer unless you have the proper equipment, because you're about to lose the dog. You got to let the dog go.
Hell yeah. In
that case, yeah, go ahead, pace yourself. You know what I mean? But if they really smart, you run the dog will run that fucking deer down. They'll try to stay with that deer as long as they can. But the deers themselves don't have unlimited energy. So eventually they got to slow down. And if the dog can break into a trot, if the dog still knows to work after it's exhausted that initial energy,
Yes.
if it still knows that it can track that motherfucking deer, it still has a chance of bringing that motherfucker down.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with them going ahead and blowing out early, getting it in, and then having to say, okay, now I still got to go. I still got to work. And what you'll find is that over a period of time, when the dog comes out, he'll automatically know what pace he needs to go at in order to have something left for later. Because the dogs get used to knowing how the routine is. They know, like, listen, when I come out, I'm good to go. Raina's a very hyper skittish type of bitch, so I make that bitch heel all the way until I release that bitch. And I literally make her sit and wait and sit and wait and sit and wait, and then now you go. But when she goes, she's free. Do the damn thing, mama, and that bitch will run until I say stop. Like, if I don't go get her, she's not coming back. That's how they hunt. And that's what I want out of them. I want them to be able to go, because that's what they really want to do anyway. I'm just making sure you're in a condition to be able to do it. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
Just making
So
sure.
with the process, how I already have him, the way I trained him to recover, he should be fine on how I already trained him then. I shouldn't have to pace them no more. I should just go ahead and let him do full throttle then.
When he come out, let him give full vent to that energy, man. Let him give full vent to that energy. And what you're going to find is that he's very attentive. Once he's kind of let it out, he's going to come back to you and look and say, all right, what's next? Where do we go from here now?
See, that's what he does.
Right.
He'll come back and he'll heel and look at me like, what you want me to do?
Now, I got to bear in mind, you know, my dogs have a pure pit bull temperament, right? That is their temperament. So a dog that has mastiff in it is likely to be a lot calmer, a lot more settled.
See,
and these Camelot dogs don't get that way until they get to be, you know, real adults. Like, this nigga didn't start settling down till he was about 5 years old.
See, he's very active, but he, like, say if I have him in his kennel, he's chill until he hears something. You know what I'm saying? Now something got his attention. He's acting up, right, trying to get up out that motherfucker.
Right.
He'll bust through the fence just to get to my neighbor's game birds.
That's that good drive. That's
because he's been trained. He's been trained since he was 5 months to hit the bird. Every single time a bird come in my yard, it's up for grabs for you, boy. Grab that motherfucker.
Well, shit, that's dinner. Save on my feed costs. Fuck you talking about?
That's how I tested him and Bossy. I can't speak for the other dog that's here, but Chaos and Bossy, yes, they've been tested on the bird.
Absolutely. All right, let's hop in these comments, man. Kelly says cropping and docking tail serves its purpose if it's for security or protection work. Actual facts, real shit.
Yeah, you could
there's a place for all that.
You could dock the tail and crop the ears, just like my brother said. He prefers for his males to have their ears cropped.
Hold up, Pump. What is RF? What is that? RF1?
Where is that?
Pump said, have you ever used the RF1?
What is that?
I ain't never even heard of that, Pump. Get at me, man. Let me know what that is, man. I'm sorry I even missed that comment, bro. We was sitting here chopping it up. Jesus Guerrero asked, when are you having pups? Hopefully, we have a breeding schedule for this month, but I can't guarantee that those pups will all be available to the public. It depends on the size of the litter, Mr. Guerrero. So what I encourage you to do is shoot me an email at imperialflamekennels@gmail.com. I'm gonna put that in the chat, and I definitely put you on that waiting list. I gotta be honest, bro. There's people that have been on this waiting list, including myself, for the last 3 years.
It sounds like me, brother. Like,
you know,
Chaos will be 2 years old in October, and he hasn't touched anything yet, bro. His sister,
Bull has already had a couple of litters now. He definitely he done thrown some heat. So we
Bossy,
definitely looking forward to what he do with Raina. You know,
Bossy,
Raina's
Bossy
shit.
has passed her first heat. We skipped her first heat. So when I get Chaos niece here, I'll be waiting another 2 years before I breed.
Real
So
shit.
once his niece comes of age,
Real shit.
he'll be took to his niece, and I'll take one of his sons to Bossy, which will be her nephew.
Okay.
Because her father is getting bred to his sister.
Okay.
So that's what's going on right here at Rose Kennels, but it won't be no pups here on the ground at Rose Kennels for another couple years. Just because we have to wait and make sure these dogs mature and become what we need them to become.
Real shit. Real shit. So Jose Garcia says it's not that complicated. Keep it natural, good food and exercise. Keep them hydrated. Indeed. Absolutely. Absolutely. But
it's not complicated.
Like selling pups is a real, it's a tricky thing with me, man. Because I definitely favor my dogs, B. You know what I mean? I favor what I've put my hands to. Because I know what I put into it. You understand?
I'm keeping my keeper, and whatever else goes, it has to be still around me for me to be able to see how it grows and see what it becomes. You know what I'm saying? Like Chaos's auntie's still around, his brother's still around, his sister. Well, two of his sisters.
Thing, right? This is my thing. I'm trying to breed a particular type of dog, right? And I have a very good feel, right, in here for what I'm developing, right?
Yes, sir. You have a vision.
Now, in here, it's perfectly clear. I can't always translate that to another human being. I can't always give them exactly, and regardless, even if I was able to give them exactly what's here and here, they still would have their own interpretation of it, right?
Yes, sir.
So no two people are ever going to do things exactly the same way. Person's going to find, well, I prefer to just pace my dogs before I work them, right? Or it depends. At the end of the day, bro, when I release these dogs, I'm releasing them with the knowledge that this person may not develop the dog the way I would. And so am I really getting an accurate assessment of what its potential is?
No.
The only way I can get a truly accurate assessment
if I raise that dog.
These dogs to fry. And the whole goddamn litter.
Yes,
the
sir.
whole fucking litter. From the runt to the motherfucking ace. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Raise them all, feed them all, train them all up the same goddamn way. Give them all equal shit, man. See how these dogs turn out. Is it really in the blood? What are the true characteristics and traits of this family of dogs?
Yes, sir.
Because when you send it out to somebody else, I remember we took a pup off the game bred or off the box bred dogs, right? Y'all was strictly box bred dogs. We snatched the pup off of there, brought him into an apartment, let him play with the neighbor's dog next door. The minute he ran into a dog a little bit bigger than him, he was screaming like a bitch, and he ain't come from that. It was actually a she, but she ain't come from that. But she cowed down to this bigger dog, like, and like literally embarrassed the shit out of me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this bitch came off this yard. So you know what I did with that bitch, right?
Carried her out the program.
I sent that bitch right back to the yard she came from. Get that bitch right back. Get her mind right again. Because she done came out here and got fucked up playing with the neighbor's dog. I guess she bit the neighbor's dog. The shit cried one day and she said, oh, I'm sorry. And then ever since then, it was like, oh, I can cry and it's okay. Nah, get your ass back on there, y'all.
That's not okay.
Right. So it was one of those things, man, that like it showed me a lot about what can happen with a dog. It really is whose hands the dog is in. If you got a
Who's
motherfucker that
gonna
like that,
who's gonna train
motherfucker
that
came
dog
on
to
my,
his best?
yeah,
Who's gonna
motherfucker
train
came
it
in
to his
here
best ability?
and said some shit to me about a pity. He said, something about who calls a bulldog a pity? Who do that, yo? So I knew the motherfucker was in the wrong place when he said anything in the comments about a pity.
What
Oh,
is a
you
pity? What's a pity? The fuck is a pity?
that's what a fur mom calls a pit bull. And I say fur mom because even the fur dads are fur moms. Straight bitches. I'm not gonna even mince words on that.
It's either you got a grain bred dog
I
or a
mean,
fucking
if you got
cur.
a bulldog, you got a dog that work, man, or you got a dog that don't. And chances are, if you allow the dog to lay up in the bed and you know, all
You're gonna
if you treat it like a spoiled brat, it's gonna be a spoiled brat.
it's gonna be a docile ass dog.
Right, right. When you try to put that motherfucker to work and show it some real, work, that motherfucker gonna look at you like, hold up, I'm gonna go lay down on my couch.
Or if that dog sees the battle, it's gonna try to run or retreat.
Especially if it's not coming from working stock, right? If you got some housebred dogs and it don't work.
Or
That's
a
what I just went through with
or
my
a
brown and
showbred
white dog.
dog, a showbred dog.
That's why I sent my brown and white dog back to her breeder, right? Not because I didn't like her or didn't want her anymore, but she would be out of place surrounded by 3 Camelot dogs. She's not a working dog. She's a house dog.
They would
She's
they
an
would
excellent mother, amazing brood bitch, and the bitch do scrap.
they would have recognized
No
what kind of
question
dog
about
she
it.
was. They
And
would have
she's not
recognized
gonna
what kind
watch
of
you hurt a
dog.
kid. She's not gonna watch you hurt a pup. She's a good fucking dog. But is she as rough as these motherfuckers? Is she on go 24? No. She's on chill 24/7 till you get it fucked up. Then here she come. These motherfuckers here, when the cage pop, they ready to go. That's it. All it is where it's at, what I'm hitting. That's they thing. So she don't deserve to be in an environment like that. She's not comfortable. She can't even play. They don't really have play drive. They have more prey drive. She had play drive. She knew it wasn't serious with the rope.
You gotta know
I
the
can grab the
difference.
rope and I'll jump for the rope, but I won't really grab the rope and hang on the rope. I'm not doing all of that, right? Where Star get up there and snatch that shit and say, bitch, if you try to grab this shit, I'm gonna snatch you too. Right? That was Star. That's Camelot. You know what I mean? So you have to know the difference in the temperament of the dogs that you breed. Just because it's a pit don't mean that it's a working pit. There are plenty. There are thousands. I'd venture to say hundreds of thousands of house pits all around the country. Just in America alone, man. And these dogs ain't put to no real purpose. They allowed to lay up in the beds and, they eat what the kids eat. They eat when the kids eat. They are treated like fucking human beings, like babies,
Yeah, fuck that.
Right, right.
This motherfucker
So
gotta be able.
these
This
dogs
motherfucker gotta
don't
be
know
able to
nothing
perform.
about when you put the fucking harness on them and say, listen, all right, I need them groceries to go from Walmart back home. Them motherfuckers looking at you like, them motherfuckers to lay down on you. Literally, lay down.
I tell Chaos to pull this motherfucking truck tire. He gonna pull that motherfucker.
Let's go. Let's go.
I tell him hit this gate.
Fresh
I
out of
tell
their
him.
sleep. I can
I
throw
tell
the
this nigga hit
motherfucking
this
harness
gate.
on their ass and say, let's go.
Hit this gate. Come on, nigga. He coming.
They not even thinking twice about it. You know what I mean? So Pump 17, he said RF1 is amino acids, colostrum, creatine, monohydrates, MCT, omega-3 fatty acids, glucose polymers, vitamins, chelated minerals, electrolytes, glucosamine, and other anti-inflammatory. Okay. RF1 and immunity boosting factors. So what is that coming? What is RF1 coming? What is it? Just a supplement comes in a pill, or is it
Where can we find it at?
How does that shit come? That's some shit, pump. Listen, I'm gonna throw this shit in the chat right quick. Yo, it's 12:17. I promise y'all, we cutting this off at 12:30. 12:30, we gotta go, man, because it's
Shit,
dead.
I'm gonna get ready to get up
I
out of here in a
started this
minute.
shit at 7 o'clock, man. I ain't intend to go 5.5 hours, man. I fucks with y'all heavy, yo. I fucks with y'all heavy, man. Love it, yo. Real shit. But yeah, pump.
Where you located?
I'm East Coast, baby boy. I'm upstate New York, man.
Yeah, we out here in California. It's 9:18 out here.
Real shit, man. But I think I'm gonna be doing some traveling soon. You know what I mean? Sometime over the next year, man. And my plan, depending upon how things pan out, is I might just grab an RV, man, and bring the dogs with me.
See, I'm trying to find some land out there in Oklahoma. The pricing on the land is real cheap out there.
Yeah, I heard. I'm looking over on this end, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. We was talking about that earlier too.
My pops is out there in Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Oh yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. They got the land, bro, and it's cheap, man. It's not cheap, but it's nowhere near as expensive as the land here in New York. You know
Or
what I
out
mean?
here in
And
California, bro. They out here reaping this out here, bro.
California getting it, B. I fuck with that real estate game a little bit, B. I'm gonna tell you, California getting it. Shit that sells for $1 million in Cali, man.
Another place too is St. Louis. So St. Louis out there getting it too.
Really?
Yeah, they pricing is like us too.
So Pump said it's a supplement in powdered form. Google Canine RF1. All right, I'm all over that. I love it when the G's come together. But yeah, man.
Hell
so
yeah. I
when
appreciate
I really
you having
decided
me
to
on here,
kennel
man.
up,
I'm right here kicking it. I'm right
yo,
here
bro,
kicking it with
I
my boys right
appreciate you
now,
for
man.
the
We out here
do, man.
outside, man. You
I
already know,
appreciate
man.
you
It's
for
all
the
love and
do, man.
support, man. We here to support each other, man.
Indeed.
It ain't nothing for us to come together, bro, and show each other support.
You know, man, the fact of the
Man,
matter
this
is
state to state right here.
real shit, coast to coast. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, you have people jump in here, man, from Turkey. You know what I mean? That lets you know it's real, bro. That lets you know it's real.
Overseas. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and
Rathgar
let you
Red
have a
Beard
good night,
said this
brother.
shit
You
that we
already
was
know.
talking about earlier too. He said you may not be traveling much unless you get the COVID 19 experimental injection and get that BS vaccine passport. Real shit. The government has been mandating that its workers be vaccinated. So now you can see that the
Yes, sir.
mandates, the state governments, the federal governments are starting to come that you have to get vaccinated. Pretty soon the stores, you know, the private sector is going to follow the public sector. So now you're going to start having stores saying, well, in order to shop here, you need to have proof of vaccination. You understand? Like, this is how this shit trickles. One of the reasons why I'm trying to get that land, man, is because I'm not trying to go through all that. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to grow my own. I'm trying to grow my own
God, you're right.
vegetables. Raise my own livestock. You feel me?
Real shit, bro. Real shit. And it's back to that, bro. Rathgar Red Beer, you absolutely right about that, bro. We definitely had a it's a goddamn payout. Oh man. You know, I'll put it this way. I've been following these kind of moves, man, since 96. Like all this shit that I'm seeing now comes as no surprise to me. And that
Because
bothers me more.
we've been awoke. We've
Right.
been awoke.
I've been expecting it. I've been waiting for it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I peeped this shit coming down a minute ago, and there are some more elements to it that are gonna fall in place before it all goes to shit. I want to put myself in the best position before it all goes to shit. Me and my peoples, the best I could do is put people on alert. But I'm gonna tell y'all something that's like not even related to this dog shit, but in the fact it's definitely. Oh, he said it's a goddamn psyops, not a payops. Damn, boy, I gotta do something about my screen, man. But the whole shit with this, man, is that it's not designed for people to really be independent. It's not
or
designed for people to really be free.
successful.
They want to have tabs on you, right? When you start doing other than, you become the Neo in the Matrix, right? And if you think back to that Matrix movie, Neo was actually a bug in the software. He was a glitch, right? I know that glitch to be the human spirit. You cannot quantify, codify, or predict the human spirit. This world, the way it's moving, is moving towards that quantification thing, trying to account for everything and everybody. In China, they literally passed laws so that people could only have but so many children per year, right? Or so many children in a marriage period. So a lot of men would get married, have that limit of kids, and then divorce that wife and go and move to the next one and go get another wife to have more kids. Like, that kind of shit to me is insane, right? You got Bill Gates and that whole foundation over in Africa, and they're pushing birth control. They pushing it like Warren Buffett contributed $1 billion to that shit. Like, there are things that are happening that says the world is moving in a certain direction. Me, myself, I'm not eager to be a participant in any of it.
I don't know if you've seen this movie, brother, but it's a documentary.
After I read Beard, I definitely caught your meaning. My bad, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rose.
It's a documentary, bro. It's called The Time Traveler from Time. I want to say, I forgot the time he said it was. I know it's 36 or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, I'm with you.
It's on Tubi if you can find it. You heard me? It's on
Tubi. It's on what?
It's on Tubi.
Tubi.
Yeah, that movie app.
Okay. And what's the name of it?
The Time Traveler from, I believe it said 2036.
I think I might have seen something like that, yo.
He was exposing a lot of information, bro. Like shit that you're gonna start noticing.
I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. Before all this internet shit, I was an avid reader, man. And the thing about, once I really started learning certain shit, I didn't like fiction no more. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't sit still reading like the average Stephen King novel.
Yeah.
What it made me do was pick up psychology textbooks, because I wanted to really understand how these people think and their mindset. And they've developed a whole philosophy, a whole worldview, a whole point of view that they are literally educating people with. And the means at which they arrived at that point of view was barbaric. It was fucking just
satanic.
If you want to go that far, you could definitely put it in those terms, because you didn't take a healthy approach to discovery. You took some real bizarre methods in your discovery, including your experimentation on other members of creation. And to me, that in itself tells me that you're working with a
different entity.
Right. You're not really the custodian of creation. You that motherfucker that destroys creation.
Yes, sir.
And in creation, there are only two forces: that which builds and that which destroys. That's period, point blank.
You're right about that,
There's
brother.
constructive energy and destructive energy. And if your hallmark is a track record of destructive energy, then I have a real problem with being a part of your culture and your society. I have a real problem with being a part of your way of thinking, your point of view, your philosophy, and how it plays out.
I can't believe in the same thing you believe in.
I don't. We are two totally different creatures. Two totally different creatures.
We have different morals.
I come from a land kissed by the sun, and we celebrate that. I don't come from a land where the sun scorches and we run from it. You understand? Real shit. So that which, you have to be conscious of the direction that things are moving in. People are playing for power, man. They playing for levels that's just some whole other shit. And not that I profess to be able to stop that shit, but at the end of the day, man, I ain't around for it. I ain't around for it. Rafgar Redbeard says moving towards totalitarianism and tyranny. Big Pharma doesn't create cures, they create customers, preferably repeat customers. There's no profit in curing people. Makes COINTEL look like child's play. Psychological operations. Yeah, I fucks with you on all that. Ain't no question that we dealing with a history of foul play. You know what I mean? Anybody that sits back and tries to whitewash that, so to speak, you probably living in a different universe. The powers that be, they want control and they intend to have it. But before I turn this into something it was not intended to be, it is 12:30. I want to say love to all the fam, man. I appreciate y'all coming out, hanging out. Special shout out to my dude Rose Kennels, man. Appreciate you, man. Popping in, man, and showing out.
Yeah, I know, brother. I'm here to support, man. You come to my channel, you support you, man. So I can only do the same thing, man. 100%.
All day, absolutely. Rafgar Redbeard, Master Hotep, Pump 17. Shit, man. Jose Garcia, Dev Hardy, Jesus Guerrero, 40th Street Black, Cali Kelly. Man, this list goes on. I ain't gonna try to catch everybody, man, but y'all get the idea. I appreciate y'all chiming in, man. It's been real. It's 12:30. It's time to get down and dirty. Go let these hounds do their hunt.
You already know, brother. Go do your thing, man. Continue doing what you're doing, man. Keep your foot on their neck, brother. You already know, man.
All day.
You, brother.
And I see none of them faggot ass detractors showed up. We've been on this live for 5 fucking hours. Everybody that has something slick to say about the conditioning Pitbulls gone wrong video.
I went on there. I'm not gonna say his name.
Yo, listen, man.
But
I'm waiting for the you see.
I told him. I said, you don't know nothing. Shut the fuck up.
On some real shit, my dude. Like all he had to do was pop on the live. We've been here 5 hours chopping it up, man.
Just like he tried to say
this invitation out.
Just like he tried to say over in that. Just like he tries to say in that bullshit ass shed, come over here and say something new.
I ain't even see that bullshit, but on some real shit, like
no, I'm saying like when he's like going live in the shed, regardless, he's always saying like, if you got something to say, then go come on here then.
I don't even follow his shit, bro. I have not watched one full videos of that man, B.
I don't watch this full
that's
video.
Real shit.
I listen
the very
to
first time I watched him running his fucking fat mouth. And I just saw a clip of it. I just saw I forget even how I ran across this shit. I was researching some shit on Camelot Pitbulls and his fat fucking mouth come across the what Camelot Pitbulls ain't. And that shit right there, I just bypassed that shit. So
see, I
it wasn't until after the nigga got on my Facebook and then came on my YouTube, talking some other shit. And I had to get on the nigga head on Facebook. Then I said, listen, man, we right here on YouTube. Why not just do it live? Right? Why not just go ahead? Listen,
Nip
I
it in the
got the
bud.
folder right here. I
Let's
will
nip it in the
pull out
bud.
pedigrees, B. I have no problem with it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's nip it in the bud.
We ain't had that happen to this day. So, you know, that was the whole
'Cause that's
purpose
all
of
he-
the live stream.
That's
I'm glad
all
we
he's
got
gonna
on some
do.
real shit.
That's all he's gonna do is run his mouth, continue to run his
Listen.
mouth because he think he knows something, but he don't.
We gonna rock out with the Dirty Dozen, fam. The Dirty
Yeah.
Dozen that showed up today. We gonna rock out with them, man.
I appreciate it,
Dude
brother.
on some bullshit. We already know it.
Fuck the
If he
haters,
wanted
man.
to be here, if he
Fuck-
really had something to say, this was the time to do it. And you know what's so funny? I put it in the community chat, right? I put it in I even put out another video about it earlier. You know what I
That's
mean?
why I was waiting.
In
I
people's
was here.
comments, I replied to their comments. Watch that Sunday at Live. You got something to say. See me there, right? Nobody, not a single fucking person, not one, bro. Nobody who had something to say showed up here
Because
tonight.
they're just on the internet, bro. They just run them off on the internet, bro, and hide behind their comments.
5.5 hours, man.
We could come on.
For 5.5 hours.
We could come on this shit and show our face. We could actually come on here and show our face. We ain't hiding nothing.
And I set it up like this so that people could come on here and show your face.
Just like I let Chaos out.
Did this StreamYard shit so that I could get several people on this motherfucker at once.
Just like I let Chaos out earlier and showed him for the dog he is.
Real shit, bro. So this is my thing. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna belabor the point. Rhodes, Power Black, man. Appreciate you coming through. You know what it is, and we're gonna do this again soon. Good night, y'all. One love.
Brother, have a blessed night, man. Hey, you gonna do a video of the hounds hunting tonight?
Probably not. I don't really do this shit in the dark.
Oh, I feel you.
Let's just say we not on hunting ground. You know what I mean?
I understand.
Yeah. There's only but so much of that I could do, but you know what I mean. We gonna still let the dogs be dogs. That's what it's all about.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Much love, brother. Have a blessed night, man.
You too.
You already know. I'm out.